Yeah, it's like there's not much you can do in a hotel when you're there. You don't have any of your at-home comfort. So I need at least the TV to work, but I gotta have internet. Probably have it. If I don't have it, forget it. Oh. Why was that not my first? I'm not in intelligent mode yet. Yes, I know.
Good evening. I'd like to call this regular monthly meeting of the Bedford County School Board to order. Ms. Johnson, will you please call the roll?
Mrs. Kirby?
Here.
Mr. Hill?
Here.
Mr. Daniels?
Here.
Mrs. Hairston?
Here.
Mr. Holbrook?
Here.
Dr. Mealy?
Here.
Mr. Nelms?
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Hairston. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Madam Chair, I make a motion.
Closed session.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we go into closed session pursuant to Code of Virginia 2.2-3711A 127-1 to discuss the assignment, appointment, performance, discipline, and release of contract for specific school board employees, including the evaluation of the superintendent as provided in his contract of employment. 2, for the purpose of discussion or consideration of a disciplinary matter concerning a student enrolled in Bedford County Public Schools. And 7, for consultation with legal counsel pertaining to actual or probable litigation.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Mealy. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're in closed session. And Do I have a motion that we come out of closed session?
Madam Chairman, I make a motion that we come out of closed session.
I have a motion by Dr. Mealy. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Nelms. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? We're out of closed session. Ms. Johnson, would you certify the closed session, please?
Whereas the Bedford County School Board has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And where Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Bedford County School Board hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which the certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, do I have a motion regarding student number 2 for 2021-22?
Madam Chair, I make a motion for student number 2, 2122, that we uphold the superintendent recommendation.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Harrison. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Tonight we've got a special presentation by Mr. Dunton from the Legacy Education Center. Welcome, Mr. Dunton.
Thank you. Madam Chair, and Dr. Bergen, and the school board members, thank you for the opportunity to share with you tonight. Been looking forward to sharing with you the program that we've been developing, and we think it can add some benefit to your post-secondary efforts, you know, once they leave your program. So we're a post-secondary program. And one of the things that got me started down this journey was simply, you know, as being a coach and coaching at Liberty University for years and being in the city, I was always conflicted why our numbers were so high with either poverty or workforce development. And so at about 15 and 16, I started going to some of the meetings. My wife would go, "Where are you going tonight?" Well, I'm going to go to these meetings and see what's going on with our initiatives in this area. And I said, because I don't understand why we can have, you know, all the resources we have for young people to move into, and they're not getting to the workforce. And really, it's a workforce play. Legacy Education Center is really a career center, and we focus a lot on mentoring as what we've developed as we get to it. So we went through and we started really looking at what the outcomes were. I would listen to a lot of initiatives like, hey, we're going to take vegetables into food deserts, and you're going to do, you know, different things to try to, you know, massage poverty where it was at, or these issues. And I was like, okay, those aren't changing anything, you know. And so a lot of times coaches are problem solvers, so started looking at, hey, how are we going to solve it? And came to the conclusion, you know, Dr. Bergen, that as a coach, you try to get the ball inbounds, get it in the front court, get 22 open at the rim so we can score. The only way you're going to change poverty is you're going to change income levels. And I mean, I think we can talk about a lot of different things, but I think we can all conclude on that. So then it was, hey, what are some of the hurdles that are being faced that's not allowing talent, real talent, to access themselves into the workforce? And because we live in a climate right now where the workforce is just, I mean, they're just crying for labor, and they want to see labor come their way. So what we did is we sat down with an unbelievable team. I was able to, you know, we were able to collaborate with, and she's not able to be here tonight, but our director of academics is Dr. Hezekiah Foster. She was the first integrated principal in Appomattox County. Tremendous person, taught 10 years at Longwood. So she oversees the academic component for the students. And, you know, there's some programs out there that don't always have accredited academics with them. We said, hey, we're not going to do anything. We're not going to have any students take any classes unless they're fully accredited. So students can go from Legacy Education Center, they go to University of Virginia. You know, they can go to Liberty, they can go to James Madison, go into the workforce. So it's very important that we had accredited academics. We see ourselves as a transition, okay? And I think you guys are to be applauded for all the efforts you make to get students across the platform, to do what you can do career development-wise. But that comes to an end at some point in time. The school bus stops coming, you stop in the 12th grade, and then what I was looking at when I was noticed is, okay, what's happening on the other side of that? And so we see ourselves as a transitional phase for the students that need more mentoring, more support. We also see ourselves as a transformational program because life skills are a crisis right now. And so we use the word, and we've coined this phrase, employment maturity. Lack of employment maturity with a lot of students that are coming out of high school, whether it's Bedford, Lynchburg, or whatever. And you guys might be doing a better job than some other areas in the state, but we know the numbers are where they are. So Lynchburg has to come face to face with the fact that we've got 22% poverty. Okay, that's a big number in the city. We have to come face to face with those SOL scores that you probably saw last week, which were incredibly low. So those students are going to need some support. There's something going on inside it because it's not the talent that the student has that's not getting them to the workforce. So as we move through it, then one of the things that we do, and we've got a couple of our students here that are Bedford County students, is we start teaching them that their relationship with Legacy Education Center, their relationship with me, their relationship with the staff is about their economic empowerment. So we start flipping the switch for them to get them thinking on an economic basis. And a lot of people who are facing hurdles, they're constricted. They're not thinking that way. So even though we may think that way, or we may think they're thinking that way, as I've got into it for 2 years now, they're not thinking that way. So they're actually in a hole. We got to bring them up to the basis of, okay, understanding what economics really means. And really seeing themselves, now they no longer can ride the bus, they can't get meals, where are we going to go? So we start teaching them that you get paid for the value you add to the marketplace. And you got to get mature about understanding how you add value. Now, you know, Marcus, how does a student add value in the marketplace if they don't know they have value? So a lot of times we're coming out of situations where we've never even understood, I got value. I mean, we assume they got value, but when you get them isolated right now, and this is one of our key members of our team is Mike Mcpherson. His last position was, he was the financial manager for the entire Air Force. So he's out of DC, comes down a lot. And he says, the world is way too complex, people quit. So the complexities that we're facing in the millennials with limited coping skills becomes a real problem for them, so they quit. And so we have to help them through three things when we're mentoring. It has to be, first of all, you got to help them through the complexities. It's not simple to get a FAFSA done. You guys can do all you want to do to help them with the FAFSA. There's still a number of people that are going through the doors and don't know how to do the FAFSA. Well, they can't get their parents' taxes, you know, and different things like that to just access education. The other thing is it becomes a lot of fear. What am I doing? While I'm here, I'm comfortable. When I go out and I'm on my own, I don't see the teachers, I don't see my principals, you know, there's a lot of fear, and that fear then leads to isolation. So, you know, we're in there working to solve it, and we meet different cases, so I want you to meet a couple of the students tonight first, and then I'll finish up with what we're asking and what we do. Leo, you know, Lightroom, I mean, Leo Sneed played for me, and I had a relationship with him, and he's a superstar. I mean, this guy's unreal. So he graduated a year ago, and he can tell you a story about his economic career-wise, but unbelievable maturity. So you know, school board member Nelms, there's a couple things that happen with the students. First of all, you got disadvantage, you've got underserved, but you also have directionless students right now. So what I mean by directionless is, okay, I have an idea about what I want to do, but how do I get connected with it? So Dr. Mealy, 85% of people get their jobs because of their network. So if I'm in a circle where I don't have a network to take my talent to the job, how do I get there? And this is something we all have to think through. So we become the network. Sometimes the student doesn't come and take classes. Leo had never taken a class yet, but we helped him with his life skills. We helped him get himself into a place of employment. Okay, so Leo, come on up and take your hat off here and come speak to this lovely board and share them your story and where you're headed right now in life.
How y'all doing?
Hi.
So I graduated last year. Since then, I worked last summer. I worked at a farm, and then after that, I got to Banker Steel with the help of Coach Dunton right here. And since then, I worked at Banker Steel from August until April. No. Till I forget. I started at the mill last week, but I started at Georgia Pacific last week, and so far I've been doing good there. And a big reason that I am at the mill is because of because of Banker Steel, and I worked there for 7 months. It was a good place to work. And a big reason that I got to Banker Steel was because of legacy and going to there. And I never took a class, but I would right up there. And all through high school, I've had Coach Dunn by my side helping me through basketball and stuff, and that's taught me a lot of life skills. Through basketball and sports, that's taught me a lot about not quitting and just sticking in it, because you got to start somewhere, and not everything is handed to you, but it's taught me a lot. Coach Dunton and Legacy has taught me a lot to just stick with it and stay with it, and so far it's been doing great for me. I've been out of high school for only a year, and I've switched from Banker Steel over to Georgia Pacific. And I think Georgia Pacific is a great place to work, and it has a lot of routes for me to go down. So, yeah.
All right, thank you. So, and what I want to point out here is Leo doesn't get to Banker Steel without the support from Legacy, okay? And so what happened with the Banker Steel position is he actually did a phone interview. So we connected them. They wanted to both be welders, him and Garrett Worley. So they both come out of Bedford Liberty High School. They want to be welders. So we operate through your passion. Dr. Bird, if you tell me, hey, I want to be a principal, we help you with education. You want to be a welder, we're taking that route. So they want to be welders. So now I'm saying, okay, what's the best way to go through it? Well, when you actually talk to Banker Steel, they're excited about the fact that, the student's going to get some life skills through us and still get that kind of support and then enter into the labor force. Well, everybody can have a different path. So Garrett gets in and they put him in one plant, they put Leo in another plant, and Garrett moves right into welding. And so both of these guys are already making like $50,000 a year. They have the ability to do that right out of high school, boom. So Leo got a little frustrated with, hey coach, why is Garrett moving into the welding and I'm still over here on the machines? And so I called the president and asked him, hey, this is what you're gonna do, because he's about to get an opportunity to make $19 an hour at Georgia Pacific, and you're gonna lose a great worker. This is not an average worker, this is a great worker. They took him right off the bat, put him right up in some lead positions over there. But for whatever reason, they didn't move and make him a welder, and so then he took the opportunity to go to Georgia Pacific. We're talking our way through it, give him a 2-week notice, make sure your job's gonna be great, because he's got family that works at Georgia Pacific, so he's gonna do a great job at Georgia Pacific. I'd like to also introduce you to Thomas Robertson. So Thomas walked into my office, 3-4 years ago, and came in, JV position was open, Thomas came in, presented himself, and I said, hey, do you have a degree yet? Where are you at with your degree? Shared me what happened with his education, and I said, well, we're not going to be able to hire you in that position, but if you want to become a volunteer, get into the system, and we'll see if we can get you volunteering. Well, lo and behold, this guy becomes one of the greatest role models that ever happened at Liberty High School. I mean, he's unbelievable what he does. So I'm like, look, Thomas, you got to get your education. Come into Legacy, start working on it. So Chris, he fell out of his education because he had a child when he first went to CVCC. He come back in 17 classes now. He's got 13 A's, 4 B's. He's working at Adzel, and he's making great money, and he's doing it because, again, we're supporting him. That's real talent. And if that talent doesn't get supported, then sometimes they fall out. So, Thomas, come share your story real quick with the school board. Thank you.
How y'all doing today?
How are you?
Thank you,
So,
welcome.
as he said, my name is Thomas Robertson. I graduated back in 2012 from Liberty High School. So, after I graduated, I took that basically that fall semester off before I started back in the spring. So from the spring to about the spring of 2013 to the spring of 2014, I was fully enrolled, 4 classes, 12 to 15 credits every semester, going all the way through. And then the one thing that most 20-year-olds don't want to hear, get that text message to say, I'm pregnant. It basically took me down a dark route, and it basically led me to, falling beneath my own standards. So in 2015, when I took my next semester, I ended up failing it because I already had too much on my plate from working to now I have a child on the way, and that took me out. I felt like it was just overwhelming and everything. I didn't really have the mental or physical support that I needed, that I needed more than likely. So as time went on, I still stayed involved with my community and everything. I coached rec basketball, rec football, tried to make sure that I was a positive influence to let kids know that, even if you don't have support where you're at, I'll always support you no matter what. So 2020, I found out about Coach Dunn at Liberty. I tried my hardest from different people to going to open gyms and everything to get my name in there so that Coach Dunn knows about me, so that I can be a positive role model to these students and everything. And like he said, he offered me the volunteer job position. And during that role, he had introduced me to Legacy. So when he told me about Legacy and he told me that, it offers a great role of support and everything, that sold me right there. I was like, I never had support whatsoever. So finally got the support, and I started back in classes on January of 2021, so the spring of 21. And I've been taking 4 classes every semester nonstop. Since then, with that support, I was able to get a job where I'm a logistics manager at Asdale, but it's a customer site inside of it called Valen, which I'm a part of, which I'm the logistics manager. I'm a varsity football and basketball coach at Liberty, as well as a barber and a father of 2 kids. So overall, the help from Legacy to help me build what I know I am and push me through has been it's exactly what I needed overall. Thank y'all.
Yeah, those 2 guys are superstars, and they're both making enough money now where if we need lunch money, Susan, we can probably get a loan from those guys.
I might have to take them up on it.
Oh, yeah. So here's what we do in Legacy. So Legacy, part of the secret sauce is this. We put it in a block schedule. So you come to Legacy from 8:30 to noon, Monday through Thursday, and you take 2 classes every 8 weeks, and in 21 months you can have your AA degree. We have a staff of 3 PhDs, 5 master's degrees. Dr. Mavinga's here with me tonight. So Dr. Mavinga taught 20 years at Liberty, taught a bunch of years at Longwood. He's in the center every day working with the math students, okay? And he can teach any level he wants, but we call him a math facilitator because we're bringing online accredited academics to the student, and then we're allowing them to facilitate the degree through that process. The original vision is kind of like, okay, when Thomas is 2 classes away from graduating, so we're working right now with him on moving to Liberty into the School of Business with Dean Bratt. And Dean Bratt will be his mentor as he goes through it. So access again. The students are getting more access. And then people are seeing their talents, so then obviously they're going to add more value because they see more value in themselves, they're going to get paid more. And therefore they'll be out of some of the hurdles. So we go from 8:30 to noon. From 8:30 to 9, we pound life skills. We are in a life skills crisis, okay? We pound, so it's coaching. So I get to coach again. Hey, let's go. But we're pounding life skills so that you can get employment maturity. You know, you take a job, you need to go in there with excellence. You know, think about your mindset this way. What's wrong with showing up early, staying late? Somebody's got a problem, stay 15 minutes later and solve the problem. Don't just say, how little can I do and still get paid? You know, so you start to see a reconditioning of their attitudes and their mindset. And we got our core values that are in the material that I gave you. So what I saw as I got into the space is hurdles and barriers that we are not associated with. I was not associated with to the same degree that trap people. They trap people in hurdles and barriers. They trap talent in hurdles and barriers. You know, you can get dismissed because of a degree, and it's hard to get to a degree if you don't have money. Transportation is a huge issue. We already talked about the networking. You can get trapped because you get involved in informal employment. So you start doing stuff. Like temp jobs become really tempting to people that are in poverty. So they take a temp job and they get trapped in the temp cycle. 6 weeks here, 6 weeks here, 6 weeks here, never really get a resume, never get moving in a career. And again, we got a way to help them through that. Childcare, we provide childcare for them if they have children, you know. Financials, insecurities. You know, I can't do this over here, I can't take the risk that some of these guys took because I got to pay the bills right now. So we help them through some of that. Those are the hurdles and barriers. So our goal at Legacy is to remove every hurdle and barrier that somebody has so they have full access to their education. And every student has, you know, if they qualify for a Pell, they have $56,000 to buy their education over 4 years. Most of them don't know it. So we have community events where we bring in, you know, families and grandmas and pastors and and say, hey, do you know you have $56,000 to educate yourself? So you can buy education. And, you know, one grandma came in, she had 4 children, said, you know, you get $225,000 to educate your family? No clue. Do I have to pay it back? No, you don't have to pay it back. It's grant money. You know, we just got to access it the right way. So budgetarily, you guys think budget, so budgetarily the students is prepared to, you know, buy their education. If they can't buy their education with their Pell Grant, then they have to pay for it. Joey Spurberg came to Legacy as well. And so Joey Spurberg did not qualify for a Pell. He bought his classes. We gave him all the support services around him. He's now working at Hurt and Profit. He's about to graduate in the summer. He's going to go to University of Lynchburg because now he wants to be an environmental scientist. Okay? And we've got it all set up to walk him through it. So it's not just the students that have Pell, they can come and get the services no matter what. Last thing I would share with you is why are we standing here today? We'd like to have access to your students. We try to go through it the right way. We try to go through the authorities the right way. So we have MOUs with Lynchburg. Right now, we were in Heritage yesterday for 3 hours, all the lunch periods. We're going into Campbell. I've been in Alta Vista, so Dr. Johnson has already set us up. We're meeting with Dr. Johnson, the principals, April 21st, to go in. So we'd love to sit down with, you know, Dr. Bergen and, you know, however he would see it, you know, allow us to have access to the students to share the program with them. You know, like, I think what they're seeing in Lynchburg is that, you know, we're doing it a lot like the military. So we're just sitting in there, and the kids can come and they can. So we signed up 20 yesterday at Heritage, you know, to come to Legacy. Went into Charlotte County because they love Dr. Foster, and so we talked to the in their setup. We went in and we talked to the students at the Jobs for Virginia class at 8:30. Met with the counselors. They had all the seniors in the auditorium like this. We shared it with them. Signed up 35 kids in Charlotte County to come to Legacy. So I'm saying this, I believe this, Dr. Bergen, I believe in every school, there's 15 schools in our bandwidth. I think there's between 30 and 50 students in every school that would benefit from Legacy. So we're making plans right now to move it to, we started out the pilot program, we have proof of concept now. So I'm not standing in front of you guessing. We can transition a number of people into great jobs. We believe that we're going to go to 150 to 200 this year. So we're actively recruiting right now, with a plan to go 500 plus the following year. And so we're working with Lynchburg Region Business Alliance. We're working with Virginia Career Works, which becomes very complicated, you know, to get their money to the student. And so, you know, we're here to offer Legacy to whatever we can do for Bedford County. Appreciate all that you guys do. Appreciate the ability to share this with you. Respect your positions. know you got to run a school system. We're not trying to, sit here and say anything but be a support to your students when they leave, and we'll do all we can to help them. We spent great years here, in the county. My daughter and I, you guys helped groom my daughter, and so we respect what you're doing. Anybody have any questions at all? Probably went a little longer than you wanted it to, but
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Dutton?
all right. Thanks a lot. Have
Thank
a
you,
great
Mr.
evening.
Dutton. Very
and,
informative. We appreciate it.
I'll email Dr. Bergen, and we'll see if we can, put something together.
Sounds great. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you to you too as well.
Mr. Hagler, third quarter financial report, as if you haven't been on hot seat enough.
Good evening. Try to remember to click this for the people in the audience. Yes, here to present the third quarter financial report, really projections on where I think we'll end up for the year. Not just what's happened so far up into the third quarter, but kind of looking forward over the next 3 months. And giving the board an idea what our ending balance might be, or if there's any kind of issues that might materialize. So,
Yes. Yeah.
oop, there we go. Okay. First, we'll take a look at the revenues.
Can you move closer? I don't mean to, can you move closer to the microphone?
Yes. How's that?
Yeah.
Is that better?
That's better.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
They're talking out in the hallway.
Okay.
Different
I
Randy.
thought I heard Randy or something, okay. It's my wife there. So the first page we're going to look at is really the revenue forecast for the operating fund. And so things are looking very similar as they did for the second quarter. So no major changes there. One grant that we were awarded in between December and now was for some learning loss over the summer. So that was a grant we applied for, and we're awarded $388,000. All that money is being applied to what we did last summer. So we kind of recouped a lot of the money that we did, all the extra work we did last summer. We went longer in the day, we went longer in the summer, and so we spent a lot more money on summer school than what we normally get from the state, and so we were able to recoup $388,000 there. That goes into the revenue, and that helps our ending balance. So other than that, not a lot of changes on the revenue side from my last presentation in January, which was showing us halfway through the year. So we're looking pretty strong there. I don't anticipate having to do any more supplementals for the year. I think we're done with those. Be happy to answer any questions about the revenue side on the operating fund here.
Yes, Dr. Mealy.
Mr. Hagler, I just want to make sure I understand that 380,000 is just going back into the revenue,
We'll bring that into the revenue, and that,
but in no special category or anything, just coming back in.
yes, recommendation is in June. I will bring to this board recommendation of a category transfer. We'll transfer money out of the instruction, where we're going to be coming, under budget, move some money down to the maintenance and also technology to take care of those shortfalls. The maintenance department is having overruns really because of repair and replace. Near $125,000 projected over budget on that, just for breakage and some things that were breaking earlier in the year. Still not certain on what the fuel impact's going to be. We're paying higher price for fuel right now. My run rate might be a little bit high there because we've really gotten through the winter. So I'm going to wait till June to bring those budget transfers to the board, and then that would bring us through the rest of the year. That would be my recommendation. I could apply it to CARES Act money, but I'd rather, we could just leave that for HVAC or other future learning loss. We have enough money in the current forecast to go ahead and move into a category transfer. So that's the technology, and maintenance is probably the only area I see kind of exposure right now where we need to do some moving around. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, you mentioned fourth and fifth grade expansion. Can you go a little bit detail on that?
Yes, we had one-to-one Chromebooks for, I guess, 6th through 12th. Dr. Hoisington's here also that could help me on this. We wanted to go down to 4th grade, and so when we expanded and said we wanted to do one-to-one Chromebooks for 4th and 5th also, then we purchased additional Chromebooks at the beginning of the year. That was not in our original plan for this year, but we expanded and moved to do that.
So we're only on one-to-one 4th through 12th grade?
I'll defer to Dr. Hoisington on that. Is he here?
He went to get the food, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
He's walking down the aisle now.
I just walked in.
Okay.
I missed the question, though.
Yeah, so 1-to-1, so are we only 1-to-1 for Chromebooks 4th through 12th grade?
We will be for next year. K through 3rd have devices, but they're devices that rotate out of the upper grades.
Okay. But, I mean, K through 12 have devices.
They have devices assigned to them. They just don't go home right now in K-5. Next year, 4, 5, and up will.
Perfect, thank you.
When we're buying the Chromebooks, we're putting the orders in October, November, December, and we're getting them. So we, really a lot of these devices have started coming in. Actually, they're a little bit ahead of schedule. Sometimes they come in, I think last year was May or June. So we've already received these and we're processing and getting them ready. So there's a long lead time for these devices.
Mr. Hagler, I believe Ms. Harrison had a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hagler, you mentioned that there was some breakage with maintenance. I was wondering if you could be a little bit more specific in terms of what some of those issues have been.
A lot of them.
Okay. Cool.
When we set the budget, we have a repair and replace line, and a lot of times that's hopefully enough, but when things break down and you have to get them running, that budget line we've seen pressure on that budget line ever since the beginning of the school year. Some of the items that broke, we actually went into the CIP plan because they were more expensive, but hopefully in the future, in next year's budget, I didn't actually go up on that because we're fixing a lot of the HVACs by, bringing those back online and putting new ones in this summer and last summer. So I'm hoping that repair and place will go down. I didn't increase the budget for next year, but this year we had a lot of pressure on that. So it's just not HVAC, it's boilers, and it's anything that's the building related.
Have you noticed that there's been any type of just mechanical in terms of pipes, leakage, and issues like that?
I think there's some water lines being fixed right now at a couple schools. Water lines, anything that relates to the building maintenance and stuff would go through this account. And we have 3 months, but I have to project that we're still going to continue to spend on this account. So I'm just projecting that's where we come. If we don't have any other breakage or any big breakage over the next 3 months, we'll probably come in at better than what I projected. Just hard to tell. We have 3 months to go. And really what I do on some of these accounts, it's some of them a little bit more complicated. I do a more detailed analysis, but you'll take one of these lines and you'll go, okay, we're 9 months into it. So you'll say, okay, just extrapolate that out to 12 months, and that's what you're going to spend for the year. Hard to tell when things break and how expensive that's going to be. Yes, ma'am.
Any more questions while I have a pause? Okay.
So we're looking pretty good. Ending balance, probably somewhere between $1 and $1.5 million. Some of the revenues still yet to be determined. State sales taxes continue to be strong. So hopefully that'll last for the next 3 months here. But I find out about that in the month that we receive it. And also our membership number is based upon the March 31st membership. I still don't know that number, won't know that till the end of April. So some of my state revenue projections can fluctuate, but a pretty strong ending balance. So I don't think there's any concern about fluctuations there. Okay. We'll move on to the balance sheets, and those are further back. Actually, in some of those categories, I give more detail on each of the major categories, and there's more detail behind that on the document, the PDF document on Board Docs. That is not up on the screen. So we'll look at the other major funds in the school system. We have the nutrition fund, doing very well this year. The federal reimbursement rate, right now they're under a program where any kid that comes through the line, it gets reimbursed. So there's really, the only charges and sales are like for extras. So we already have a net profit at this point, $315,000. And this does not include, it includes the expenses as of March, but I didn't know what the revenues were, so we still have March revenues to bring in. So we've got a pretty strong balance sheet here, and I'll be working with the supervisor there that if there's any maintenance or equipment that needs to be replaced, this is probably a year to do it and get a lot of those things maintained. So the state really doesn't want us carrying over too large of a balance, so they want you to spend it down. So, but happy to report that. Textbook fund, projecting a little over $1 million at the end of the year. That's assuming, I think there's still the textbook adoption to be considered. I've got that factored in here, that if those monies would come in, then it would also go out. So I think the board's going to be talking about that tonight, but still a strong balance in the textbook fund. In the budget document, I kind of projected what we need to do in the future to make sure we maintain a strong balance in that fund so we can do adoptions in the future, and that's in the appendix of the budget. Maintenance reserve fund, these are for projects. There's a much more detailed document, I think Dr. Dewis has put together on the CIP. So what I'm just showing here is a snapshot of what is the balance right now. And I think that booklet and that document will show a lot more detail of what we're planning, where are we going. So this is just a snapshot in time, what is our balance as of this moment. There's several different funds coming into here. We're bringing CARES Act funds into here to do replacements. We have, and there's also some state funds coming in here. So there's different things moving in here to pay for these projects. But 3.1 right now is the projected balance. And finally, the self-insured fund. I think I mentioned in January, we did see increased pressure on this fund. It showed, and that really showed and materialized itself in what we passed in the budget, going up 5% on the premiums on our health insurance. And so you can see there was a continued deterioration. It's larger than I'd like, but it still has gone down. I believe there's some stop-loss reimbursement still pending that will bring this back up. But you can see we began the year at 6.2 million and we're at 5.4 million, so about $800,000 less than the beginning of the year on our self-funded insurance. With the 5% increase, that will increase the amount going in here by $400,000 next year. So there's been a lot of COVID-related expenditures. I think during the budget process, I mentioned about, as of right now, or last month, it was about 1.2 million in expenditures for COVID-related expenditures, either testing, hospital, or anything related to that. I look at those as a one-time. Hopefully those come back down and we won't have those in the future and things will level out. So still in good shape on that fund, but we'll have to continue to monitor that and address it in the future if it continues to go down. Any questions on those four funds outside the operating?
Questions?
I have a question on the operating
Yes, sir.
fund. So right now, you have a projected, budget surplus right now.
Yep.
If that holds through the next quarter, what is the plan for that surplus? Where does
sir.
that money go? I know you said you can move it around in different categories, but
Well,
where do we put
if
that?
we move that down, I would still project, close to between $1 million and 1.5. The longstanding tradition here in Bedford County is that once the audit's complete, we verify that that is the exact ending balance. I would bring before this board a recommendation on where to move that for one-time expenditures. Could be for textbooks, but most times in the past, we've mostly moved it into the CIP plan for maintenance projects. So that gives that influx in there. Once this board passes that resolution, then I would take that to the Board of Supervisors and ask them to go ahead and adopt that based upon this board's adoption.
Perfect.
So I would recommend probably looking at things as they are right now, that any leftover balance, we would ask for that to go into the CIP plan.
Perfect,
Maintenance
thank you.
reserve,
Yep.
which will allow other projects to get done.
Perfect, thanks.
Yep.
Any more questions for Mr. Hagler?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Strasburg?
Good evening. I know I'm standing between you and dinner, so I will try to be brief with my comments, but I'm here to present tonight information and action about the Perkins Grant. So as we outlined in the attached application, the funds associated with this grant will be used to support students in grades 5 through 12 enrolled in career and technical education courses. So we have programs in all 6 of our secondary schools and Susie Gibson. And the funds will go towards items like purchasing equipment, instructional programs, teacher training, student competitions, and travel costs for various CTE events. So for example, our students attend local and regional competitions, actually have one this weekend scheduled in Virginia Beach. The grant was developed using a comprehensive local needs assessment and with input from schools and by analyzing the performance reports from previous years. Additionally, we sought input from other CTE supervisors and directors in surrounding divisions, and we met with our contacts from the Virginia Department of Education. So upon approval of the budget, Mr. Haas and I will continue to meet with the CTE department chairs and school principals. We will discuss short-term, long-term funding needs, and we'll use this feedback to allocate funds for the 22-23 school year and plan for future school years. If this is approved by the Virginia Department of Education, then funds will be available to us after July the 1st. So in closing, I just want to say, especially to our new board members, we know that you have interest in CTE especially. We'd love to give you a tour of Susie Gibson, so please feel free to reach out. We'd be happy to do that and show off some of our excellent programs. So this time, I'll be happy to take questions.
Dr. Mealy, I'll get you, Ms.
Yes, Dr. Trosper. Within this grant, you noted that the reference to currently underrepresented groups. Specifically, which groups are you referring to, and how do you propose to improve their participation?
So if you look at the performance indicators on the grant, we do really well, and we have a lot to be proud of with CTE, and some of the categories would be four-year graduation rate, academic proficiency in English and math, and there's a whole host of items, but the one category that over the last few years we've come short in is the non-traditional. And so non-traditional would be someone in the job market where less than 25% of those employed falls under that. So it's really gender based. And so what you might find is like females in construction or males in a cosmetology program. And so what we've done is we want to keep the success that we've had in past years, but we did move some other monies around to try to work with that non-traditional, because that is the one area where we fell short of the performance goals. And so we're going to be researching professional development, ways that we can recruit and then support, because one of the factors we're finding is getting kids in the program. We're doing okay there, but we want to get them to the point of a completer, to where they go through 2 years and get that certification at the end. And so there's that support that's needed as well. And so we've initially started researching how to support. We want to continue to do that by again, putting more resources to help support those non-traditional students.
Also, since it's nearing the end of the school year, what kind of improvement, you noted on page 33 that you were seeking improvement, and I was wondering what kind of improvement, what you were looking for with regard to that.
On page 33, improvement?
Yes, it says improvement targets related to general enrollment, program completion, including non-traditional completion, credentialing, and non-traditional and advanced studies diploma participation will be established. So do we not have any targets for that at this time, or?
Yeah. Well, part of the comprehensive local needs assessment, that's actually due April the 29th. So we're going to be looking through that, and part of that is looking at our performance indicators and looking at our enrollments. There are some special populations, what you might call, and so those would be populations like special ed. It could be anywhere from homeless, foster care, anyone like that. So we're going to look at those numbers and see what we can do to support those students as well.
I have one more. The grant refers on page 13 to work with local community colleges for the provision of courses specifically related to HVAC and cybersecurity.
Sure.
So what colleges, is my question, have we worked with toward this goal, and will students have the opportunity to be enrolled in those classes if they're going on next year?
So the program of studies, we did add HVAC this year, and so we have that job currently posted. We've met with Southern Air and some other companies. We're finding that's going to be really challenging to find an instructor, and so we're ready to go. We want to do that, but being realistic, we may not find somebody qualified to do that. So CVCC does have their own CTE Academy, and so we've met with their directors and their leadership, and the plan is for those that have expressed interest, we want to make sure we can connect them. The other thing we've done is for those that were not accepted by Susie Gibson into their programs, we've been able to put those families in contact with the CVCC CTE Academy. So that way, even if it's not through our programs, we're still partnering with others to meet their needs and support those kids.
What about the cybersecurity part?
Now, we don't offer cybersecurity now, but we're starting to see there's some interest there, and we've actually looked at our job market. That is something we anticipate growing, and so we have discussed that as we move into the following school year, we want to go ahead and start looking into programs like that. We've had a lot of potential community partners reach out, we think there's some potential there. So there's a lot to be explored, but I think what excites us is it seems to meet a need based on our local job market. And so a lot of good opportunities. And so now we've just got to get the hard work done and get those programs started.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I just wanted to verify, so the funding that we receive from this grant, it's additional funding, not replacing funding that was already.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
So we're still spending down the money that we received last year, and then next year, this is additional, yes, sir.
Just wanted to make sure it wasn't a replacement or
No.
that money got taken away. So,
No, we still have some local funds, not nearly as much as Perkins, but there's still some local funds.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions for Dr. Trosper? Thank you.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. Okay, given it's 6:33, so we'll break now for dinner and we'll reconvene at 7. right.
Few policies that need to be reviewed.
Just a few? Just a few. Oh, crap. Wait a minute. I know, I realized I had to thing on my mouth. I just dropped that thing in the bathroom and flopped out.
I'm gonna sit this down so it don't.
Good Lord, I look like I got drinking problem.
Ball here. It is time.
We had a good time raising it.
There's only 5.
Okay, gotcha. Only 5. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, God. I didn't even think about that. Actually, they'd be good together. They both have the same personality. Oh, see, you do that now. Gosh.
Good evening. I'd like to reconvene this April 7th meeting of the Bedford County School Board. Would you please rise to say the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Mr. Edwards, recognition of students and staff.
Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Dr. Bergen, would you please come forward? My apologies, Madam Chair, for being delinquent in getting you the certificates. Hopefully you've got your signatures ready. Students, when I call your name, please come up the stage and be greeted by the Chair, Vice Chair, and Dr. Bergen. And then please stand off to the side and we'll see if I can't grab my phone and get pictures once our collective groups are finished being called. Tonight, we celebrate more of our students across Bedford County that have recently achieved success. Graham Woodruff is a 7th grade student at Forest Middle School, and in February, Graham made it to the final 2 and then faced stiff competition from a student at Forest Elementary School before finally spelling his way to the crown. Graham moved on to regional competition last month against champions from 16 school divisions. 33 rounds later, Graham was the last speller standing and became the 3rd BCPS student since 2009 to move on to national competition in Washington, D.C. later this year, where he'll face more than 200 other regional champions. BCPS and Regional Spelling Bee champion Forest Middle School's Graham Woodruff.
Doubling up tonight. All right, take a couple here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Moving on, Jefferson Forest High School put on a great performance at the state DECA competition recently. DECA, which is short for Distributive Education Clubs of America, encourages students' development of their business and leadership skills through academic conferences and competitions. In the state competition for the category of impromptu business, we have not one but 2 state champions to be proud of. The first, Abby Beard. And the second champion, Amber Trent. Abby and Amber were also honored as state runners-up. Congratulations to you both.
Okay, take a couple, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
And finally, what an awesome season for the Jefferson Forest High School girls indoor track team. They missed a state championship by the slimmest of margins, finishing as state runners-up by just a point in VHSL 4A competition. We have 2 members representing that team on hand tonight to be recognized, and the first one, Taryn Harvey. At least I thought. Okay, Taryn may have not made it tonight. Alexis Plaster is our second member of that team. Okay, well, you'll just have to trust me that the JF indoor track team had a great season, and we'll make sure that they receive those certificates. So congratulations to the JF girls indoor track team state runners-up.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards, and congratulations to everyone. Now we'll begin the public comment period of tonight's meeting, and I don't have my script ready. The public comment portion of tonight's agenda is limited to 40 minutes. Speakers are asked to state their name, address, and voting district. The school board is here to listen to your comments, but will not engage or respond to speakers during this 40-minute period. Please remember that this is a public meeting and that we expect all speakers to refrain from any foul, abusive, or hateful language. Mr. Edwards will serve as timekeeper for individual speakers with a ringing bell indicating that a person has 30 seconds remaining, and a second bell will ring indicating a person's 4 minutes have expired. Mr. Edwards will also serve as timekeeper for a cumulative 40-minute period. When Mr. Edwards' 4-minute time bell rings, please discontinue speaking and allow the next person in line to come to the podium. Should you be unable to finish your comments, please send or give them to Ms. Johnson, and she will give them to the board members. And we also ask that you please do not adjust the microphone at the podium where it has been positioned for optimum audio quality. Our first speaker tonight, David Dietrich.
Ladies and gentlemen, did you notice the recent discussions of controversial books? Several books were identified by parents as inappropriate for high school age students. Many administrators and teachers rejected that position. A committee met to review these books. It ruled unanimously that the books should remain available. And who were those who made that ruling? Reportedly, the same educators who supported the books in the first place. One book, Beloved, was said to have been reviewed and approved by the very educator who earlier had made the book mandatory reading in class. Yet Beloved remains a controversial book for many parents, mostly for its graphic content. This book was discussed before at previous school board meetings. Every time the public met with pushback. Beloved was said to be mandatory AP reading, yet it is not. It is suggested reading only, as are over 120 literary books. Parents want to ban books, was the claim. Beloved represented unique culture, we were told. The attitude toward parental concerns was cavalier and dismissive. So let us offer another approach. I recommend a book that also represents culture, my culture. The book is entitled The Book of Concord. It is a beautiful and informative book about the love of God. Do not be judgmental about this book. Do not cast judgment on my culture. My family has been confessional Lutheran since the Reformation of 1517, and this book has inspired generations. If other books are mandatory reading because of unique culture, then why should this book not be given the same level of respect? On what grounds should it be rejected? Surely not because of crass or graphic expression, as you will find none. Surely not because of religious content, as many approved books contain animistic or New Age religious undertones. Yet a committee that approved other books might unanimously ban my book, perhaps showing intolerance of other cultures. I do not expect everyone to believe and think as I do, to share my cultural values, but I do expect consistency and open-mindedness. Yet the system seems to favor certain cultures, certain ideas. So what really is going on here? These events are but a manifestation of a much bigger process. Western civilization is under attack, and that impacts us all, regardless of our race, gender, and ethnicity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dietrich. Carol Shadrick. Ms. Shadrick. Okay. Dr. Whitehurst.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of our board. My name is Cherie Whitehurst, and I live at 1310 Vistarama Lane in Bedford, Virginia, and I live in District 7. First, I'd like to thank the board for making available your meetings online. I have attended your meetings virtually since the beginning of the pandemic. This evening, I would like to share with you information about 2 retired policies and ask that you consider reinstating these policies. The first is Policy IEC, the Bill of Rights of the Constitution of the United States. Policy IEC required that the Bill of Rights be posted in a conspicuous place in each school for students to read. The second policy is Policy IEB, the national motto, "In God We Trust." Policy IEB required the national motto also to be posted in a conspicuous place in each school for all students to read. Posting the Bill of Rights and the national motto in our schools continues to be mandated by the Virginia General Assembly. I reviewed the policy manuals of nearby school districts. I found they all still included the policies that require the Bill of Rights as well as the national motto to be displayed in their schools. These districts include Lynchburg City, Campbell County, Amherst County, Roanoke City, Salem City, Botetourt County, Franklin County, Appomattox County, Nelson County, and Pennsylvania, just to name a few. Some may say, We don't need policies that are found in state law. The truth is, we do, because school board policies help explain state and local laws and provide assistance to ensure that people carry out their tasks correctly. School board policies also provide expectations and structure to the school community. Lastly, the district's policy manual is what parents, students, community members, and school staff use to identify operating procedures and standards. Community members would like you to take these two policies out of retirement and put them back in our policy manual. Policy IE, Moment of Silence, and Policy IEA, Pledge of Allegiance, are still active in our policy manual. Community members believe the Bill of Rights policy and the National Motto policy need to be added back to our district's policy manual alongside the Moment of Silence and the Pledge of Allegiance policies. Thank you for your consideration to this important request.
Thank you, Dr. Whitehurst. Christian Sneed.
Good afternoon, Christian Sneed, District 7. Back in January, I spoke at the school board meeting with a speech entitled, "Facts Are Our Friends," and how facts are inconveniently left out at times. So I've labeled this speech, "Facts Are Our Friends," Part 2, Book Review. Dr. Bergen, after last month's meeting, you took time with my wife and I after the meeting. We greatly appreciate that. We had some really good conversations afterwards. But there's a question that just didn't sit right when we left. You asked my wife, at any point did you indicate that you did not want to be a part of the process regarding the book review? I struggled with this question for a while, replaying it in my head until eventually I just shrugged it off to Dr. Bergen. You don't know my wife. She doesn't quit. It's not in her DNA, especially when protecting children. But this question's an important one, because it was also during that March board meeting that Dr. Woodford mentioned that the board had received an update on a Wednesday memo. And by using the Freedom of Information Act with the help of Moms for Liberty, I was able to obtain a copy of that memo. And in that memo, it states by Mrs. Sneed that she withdrew her request to challenge the other 11 books that were shared in November at the board meeting, and that said she might change her mind in the future. That's not factual information. Factually, she had a phone call that transpired on Monday, December 13th, between my wife and Dr. Trosper. Dr. Trosper did offer to review the books by school in hopes to organize this process, as there were a lot of books being challenged. Accurately, Mrs. Sneed then informed Dr. Trosper that she was putting the pause button on reviews until the new policy was revised, and then she would let him know how she wanted to proceed moving forward after she looked at the new policy revisions. Never did she remove herself from the process. Never did she ask for all the books to be reviewed without her in the room. And that quote from that memo referred by Dr. Woodford was never spoken in conversation nor discussed or even interpreted that way. In November of 2021, a parent of a 10th grade student at Liberty High School reached out to the honors teacher, English teacher, because of the content contained in the required reading, The Glass Castle. The parent was concerned after seeing quotes from the book back from when we got together in November of last year. The student's teacher willingly offered, and was very accommodating, by the way, to make an alternate reading. The student was given the book Two Kinds by Amy Tan. My question to the curriculum department, as well as the board, is to consider this. If a book is given as a suitable alternative, why is The Glass Castle being used at all? Why can't the alternative book be required in its place in the first place? What specific academic goal is achieved by The Glass Castle that is not achieved by Two Kinds? We're happy to work together with the curriculum department and/or teachers to suggest alternatives, as we had with the book Beloved. Remember the January speech where I mentioned that 8 titles about slavery, mostly written by black authors, women authors, and a Hungarian author, were offered as alternatives but not communicated to the board or the general public by this curriculum team. And I lost some Facebook friends because of it. We'd like to do the same thing moving forward with the other titles for the required reading. We want to offer healthy alternatives. Perhaps parents have the ability to opt their children into certain content as opposed to opting out. We're not banning books, we're just making healthier alternatives. After all, it was a 10th grade Bedford County student that said, "I thought that the book was very inappropriate for my age group. It made me feel uncomfortable and disgusted about sexual abuse, about physical abuse, and the language that was read was well beyond what I expected. I feel obligated to say that there are rules in this room that prohibit me from reading the content of that book at school board meetings, or I'd be asked to leave. So in closing, I'm going to read another book that's controversial, as it was referred to by Dr. Woodford in last month's meeting. There's nothing concealed that will not be disclosed, nothing hidden that will not be made known, and what you have said in the dark will be heard in the daylight. And what you have whispered in the ear of the rooms will be proclaimed from the rooftops." Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sneed. Leanne Ellis. Leanne Ellis.
Hello, my name is Leanne Ellis. I'm the librarian here, and I live in District 2. I would like to thank the board first for budgeting for full-time library media specialists in every school and for one full-time library media aide per 750 students. We appreciate that support. Happy National Library Week to you all. I am one of the librarians who took part in the committees to look at the officially challenged book Beloved and the books from the list that are in my library. Last month's board meeting was alarming to me in several ways, and I would like to address them. First, I must dispel the idea that the Bible is not in our libraries. The Dewey Decimal System's entire 200 section is dedicated to theologies of the world, and even if I weren't a Christ follower, I would not be doing my job well if I did not include the Bible. We have multiple copies, including different versions. Next, it was stated in the March meeting that librarians had a vested interest in keeping the challenged books on the shelves. It felt like a picture was painted of librarians and teachers greedily clinging to books in hopes of indoctrinating children, and that's simply not true. The library is an ever-evolving place. It should reflect all of its students, so a huge part of curating a collection is to weed out books that are inappropriate to the student body. For example, I recently weeded several of our career books because they talked about computer careers using terms like floppy disks and dot matrix. I've also removed books that I found to have inappropriate content. I'm not married to my books. That brings me back to the 5 challenged books from the list that are in my library. They were not found by the committee to have salacious content. I know that a lot of people get very hung up on Beloved's disturbing imagery involving cattle. But if you take the time to read the book, you'll find that it's obviously not a how-to guide. You see, there's a very big difference between a Colleen Hoover book and a Toni Morrison book. One uses explicit sex scenes to pull readers in. The other briefly addresses a repugnant sexual act as an illustration of the harsh conditions the characters lived in. One is a book that people like to read at the beach, and the other is used to teach and understand literary devices while showing uncomfortable truths about our country's past. One is not in my library. The other is a Pulitzer Prize winner that's on the AP list and has been in my library since 1991, when I was in 7th grade. The committee's decision is strongly in favor of parents' choice when it comes to checking out books. If I get an email from a parent who says they don't want their kid reading Toni Morrison's books, that's fine. I'll put a note on their account, the student will not be able to check them out, and if they find time to read in the library, I'll make sure that they don't select from her books. That said, my son should have access to all of the books in the library because that's my choice as a parent as well. I'd like to present you with an analogy. One of my sons has a severe peanut allergy. I'm scared to death of what could happen if he accidentally ingests peanut butter. But I'm not here asking you to ban peanut butter from our schools because that's not fair to the rest of the student body. I have the choice to pack my child's lunch, or I can trust his judgment that he'll pick pizza or ask what ingredients are in the cookies. What's happening with books is similar. People are reacting from fear. What if my child reads something and suddenly asks questions or challenges me? Let's try using parents' choice and take care of our own children rather than letting a group of citizens deny all of them the choice to check out and read certain books. In conclusion, removing books is not exercising parents' choice. It's saying that you think you know better than parents, teachers, and librarians who would keep the books for those allowed access. Removing books says you're willing to risk losing AP status because it appeases a vocal portion of your voters, the majority of whom neither work at BCPS nor have children attending our schools. These books are being used as political fodder, taking time and energy away from more pressing issues, and it's not fair to our students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Valerie Staten. Valerie Staten.
Am I going to be tall enough? When I got married, I registered for like 5 step stools to put around the house in random places. So, can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Valerie Staten, and I live in District 2. I'm a parent of 2 BCPS students, and I've worked here for 17 years. I'm here tonight to speak in reference to the budget. I really hope that the Board of Supervisors approves the budget that our leadership team created and you approve, but historically they don't. They typically do not fully fund our schools the way that we would like them to. So I am here to speak about the things that I feel like you should prioritize. While I appreciate the push to get our salaries back to pre-recession levels, I feel as though we really need to focus on making salaries of our support staff more competitive. As a teacher who typically instructs the special education population of the grade level that I teach, I feel it's imperative that we offer a salary to our paraprofessionals that is not only equal to but higher than surrounding localities. I can't do my job or provide the support that I need to my students if we can't get more paraprofessionals in the classrooms. Not only that, but our bus drivers and substitute teachers need an increase in pay as well. And I would call our substitute situation a crisis. We cannot do our job adequately if we are covering classes during our planning period, and so we really need to get the pay for our substitutes higher to attract more people to that job. Speaking of supporting our students, I would also like to speak about the intervention design specialist positions. We have 3 of those employees at the middle school assigned to those positions, and they are an invaluable resource to our students. And this is a program I would like to see continued. They have provided a level of support that we haven't been able to do before. We have a population of students who now feel like they have a place to go, where they fit in and feel comfortable, or if they're struggling to make it through the day, they have a place to go to take a quick break and get a reset. We have students who are dealing with some pretty heavy stuff, and our IDEA staff is ready to jump in to the gap to support their students in their struggles. I don't remember who brought it up last meeting, but there was information brought up about staffing guidelines from the state and what they feel is an appropriate class size. And anybody who says that a number over 30 is an appropriate class size has not only never worked with children, but likely have never met a child. People put their money and time into things that are important to them. And just as an aside, my family was we were eating the Lord's chicken last weekend at Chick-fil-A, and he commented on how happy the employees were there and how quickly they served the staff, or not served the staff, but how quickly they served customers. And I said, look at how many people work here. Like, there's staff members everywhere working. So I was curious, and I called to talk to the manager at Chick-fil-A just to see how many people they have working on a typical weekday night. And he said around 40 staff members work there at the Wards Road Chick-fil-A, work there on Friday nights. And I went to see how many classroom teachers we had at Standard River Middle School, and it's around 37. So I'm like, Chick-fil-A is better staffed than we are at Standard River Middle School. So we've really got to put our money where we can staff our schools appropriately and provide students with the level of support that they need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kristen Honeycutt.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Honeycutt. I work at Bug Island Elementary and have been working in Bedford County for almost 11 years. Last month, I spoke unprepared because I felt compelled to redirect the conversation to focus on how to better support our staff. Excuse me. As soon as I signed up to speak this month, I began drafting what I would say, but none of those drafts truly conveyed the message I wanted to. I remembered once a teacher about 2015 who posted responses she had gotten from a writing assignment entitled, "I wish my teacher knew." And the responses were eye-opening and heartbreaking. My mom can't sign my reading log, because my mom's never around. I can't do my homework because I don't have pencils at home. Things like that. So I created a questionnaire with a similar theme. I wish the school board knew, and I wish the public knew. And I shared this with staff from every school zone, different levels of teaching, and different school responsibilities, so it wasn't just my teacher friends. The responses were similarly, eye-opening and heartbreaking. I have a document that I'll share, but I wanted to share some examples. Things I wish the school board knew. The amount of time and energy we put into researching, professional development, planning, etc., but yet our voices are still not heard and our opinions don't seem to matter. How happy I am to see all of my students' smiles again. I wish the school board would see things from our perspective and not just what parents and others within the community want. I've never felt more worried and stressed about my job and the requirements of it than I do because of this non-education background members of the school board, these are not my words, who have their own personal agendas and not thinking about how they are hurting teachers, staff, and students. It pains me to watch school board meetings because of the arguing going on between members and not listening to one another. The shifting of staff between buildings hurts the community we're trying to build with students and families and the culture in the building. That we were being watched by current employees, prospective employees, by the general public. What makes for good television does not make for a good working environment or a good recruiting video. We're in a bidding war for new teachers to replace the ones that are leaving, and when a recruit sees the behavior displayed at some of these meetings, they're not going to want to become a part of BCBS. Then I wish the public knew how much we love and support our students. Their attitudes towards teachers and education are seen and mimicked by even their youngest children. How much their support really does mean to us. And then it seems no matter how hard we work, how many gaps we bridge, how many students we help, the negative shouting just seems to make everything we do meaningless, and teachers are leaving, and it's the students that are going to suffer. And then my own little 2 cents. I was extremely relieved to see that I'm not the only one with some of these feelings. But I have to ask, if our teachers keep leaving and the current pool of college graduates is so low, who's going to be here for our children? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Honeycutt. Bethany Huggins.
Good evening. My name is Bethany Huggins. I live in District 4. I am a current employee at Bedford County Public Schools, and I have been employed here for about 3 years now. I'm here today to discuss my interests and concerns with the budget for this upcoming school year. I'm here to ask that there be an increase for salaries for all staff, teachers, support staff, bus drivers, custodians, all employees that work daily in a school. I know that you all have conducted studies in the past on staff salaries and the benefits of increasing salaries. It is your responsibility to follow through with what you have found. Everyone is happier when they get a raise. It boosts morale, it helps keep employees from switching jobs, it shows that you value us and our contributions to our community. I appreciate that some employees are going to get a 4% raise this year, but that does not even cover inflation. The annual inflation rate for the United States is 7.9% for the 12 months ended February 2022, the highest it's been since January 1982. Even though some employees are getting this raise, they're really losing money. What makes me want to stay in Bedford County when all the surrounding counties pay much higher salaries for their teachers and staff? I think about this frequently when the end of the year comes around, and what makes me want to stay in Bedford County when I'm underpaid and underappreciated by the county. You're going to lose great staff because of this. To keep quality teachers, you must pay equitable salaries, and our salaries are not equitable at the moment. I know that some may argue that staff get summers off, and that is our respite from work. Our pay in the summer months is spread thinner because we are not physically at the schools teaching, but rest assured that we're still working on lesson plans, learning new curriculum that has been adopted by the county, and preparing for the next school year. We do 12 months worth of work in a 10-month period. We deserve more. I had to get a part-time job to keep my family's heads above water. I was living in denial that my job as a teacher could sustain my family on its own. But I had to accept the fact that I will never be paid what I deserved. Why should I have to get a part-time job when I already have the job of my dreams? Why do I not have livable wages as a teacher? This is the conclusion that I've come to. My county does not appreciate my efforts as an employee. I feel appreciated at my school by my coworkers and administrators, but the county, the school board, your actions over the past 3 years I've been here have spoken much louder than any words you have ever said. Your actions have made me feel undervalued as an employee. So, you want to have employees who feel valued, who feel appreciated, who want to stay in your schools, and who will do the best for the children, who need a boost of morale. Pay us equitably, pay livable wages, and give us respect. Thank you.
Shannon Thomas.
Good evening. I'm Shannon Thomas, a parent and staff member residing in District 1. I've lived and worked in Southside Bedford County for 30 years and appreciate your dedication to serving the students and staff of Bedford County, as well as your patience and attention to the remarks already shared here tonight. I'm here because it has become increasingly clear that what is best for Bedford County students and staff has become less important than what is best for than what parents want, and that concerns me a great deal. As elected officials, you have an obligation to the adult voters in your district, some of whom are parents of students in Bedford County. However, you are also obligated to make decisions that reflect the needs of the students and staff who learn and work in Bedford County schools. There have been some consistently loud voices during public comment at these meetings recently, promoting parent choice in public education. But public education exists to serve a large and extremely diverse population of students, and narrow views of a loud minority of residents, while important, should not be the only voices that you hear and act upon. There are 9,000 students in this division, far too many to allow for parent choice when it comes to curriculum. As a parent who is also a teacher, I am uniquely positioned to recognize that parents don't always have the knowledge necessary to make informed choices about what their children learn, particularly at the secondary level. For example, as a junior last year, my daughter took AP US History and AP Biology, both subjects which include facts that well-meaning but uninformed parents may wish to shield their kids from. As a professional educator, I might reasonably have felt qualified to choose what she learned in courses like these. However, as my professional content area is English, I recognize that my specific knowledge of history and biology does not equal that of the public school professionals who teach those subjects. So I trusted them to select the content critical for her success in their courses. My trust was not misplaced, as it turns out. She learned what she needed to learn well enough to earn qualifying scores on her AP exams in both classes, scores that will save her both time and money in college next year. Are there some bad teachers out there who may distort their presentation of historical and scientific facts? Yes. Do they get a disproportionately large amount of media attention for political gain and to create fear? Also, yes. Despite the message of politicians and the media about parent choice, loving but misguided parents who lack professional content knowledge should not be micromanaging public school curriculum that expert educators have been hired and are paid to teach. We have some real problems in Bedford County schools, problems that don't seem to be getting as much attention as the more politically charged issues making headlines across Virginia. For example, we don't have enough bus drivers. I have students in my classes who can't get to school because there is no one to drive their bus. I'd love to see evidence of more focus on the real problems, like providing dependable transportation so all kids can get to school. Isn't ensuring that school attendance is equally accessible for every student in our division of the utmost importance? In closing, I'll share a quote from To Kill a Mockingbird, a classic American novel that my sophomores just finished reading. In it, Atticus Finch, a beloved fictional father, tells his young daughter Scout that if she can learn a simple trick, she'll get along a lot better with all kinds of folks. You never really understand a person until you consider things from his point of view, until you climb into his skin and walk around in it. I've challenged my sophomores to take this advice and try to see the perspectives of others before making up their minds. As the governing board of our large and diverse division, I trust that each of you will do the same. The loudest voices you hear aren't the only voices speaking. There are many perspectives to consider. Please listen to all of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Cindy Gillespie.
Thank you for giving me the chance to speak to you this evening. My name is Cindy Gillespie. I reside in Franklin County. However, I'm a parent of 2 students in the State and River Zone. I am the math department chair, and I have been teaching at State and River High School for the past 23 years. As department chair, I have helped with the hiring process, I deal with the budget, and I'm also part of the interviewing process, helping to recruit and retain teachers. I have taught almost every math class that we offer here at State and River High School, from Algebra 1 to dual enrollment and advanced placement calculus. I love this school and the family atmosphere that we have here. Most of us stick together through the good times and the bad. It has been with great sadness and hesitation that I have sought out teaching positions in other counties. The family we have at State and River is the only reason I have stayed. The only reason I've ever looked to leave this school is the pay scale in Bedford County compared to our neighboring counties. We all know that finding good, passionate, qualified teachers is hard to do. Our pay scale is enticing at first, but it quickly loses its competitiveness. If we are lucky enough to find a teacher that is in it for the long haul, then we need to entice them to stay in Bedford County. Our most valuable assets in the county are the veteran teachers, and this is where our pay scale is the most below market value in the surrounding counties. It takes a good teacher a couple of years to get in the groove, and after the past several years, even the most veteran teachers have been burning out. In preparing for this meeting, I looked at the Bedford County salary study and even narrowed it down to just Franklin County, Roanoke County, and Roanoke City, since those are the districts that I personally have looked at moving to. The teachers that spend their careers in one of those school divisions will earn at least $160,000 more over the course of their career than someone in Bedford County. I am dedicated to Bedford County, but after I saw those numbers, I'm naturally inclined to move. That is more than an entire year's pay, and it also makes a big impact on my retirement since VRS uses my highest 3 years' salary. It makes sense for me to spend my last years somewhere else so that my VRS is higher. That affects the rest of my life. If you think we are worth keeping, then we need a salary scale to reflect it.
Thank you, Ms. Gillespie. I believe we have time for one more. Stella Osborne. Stella Osborne. Okay, we'll have time for one more speaker.
That's Stella.
Oh, is that her? Oh.
Hi, I actually did not know I was going to speak, so
Surprise.
I am surprised. So I'm just going to say what I was going to say as a librarian, that echo what Leanne already said. I really appreciate everything that you have done to support the libraries as far as full-time librarians next year, and also the fact I'm at Forest Middle School, and I very much appreciate the fact that you all are going to try to put forward with the 750 for every 750 that we will be able to have support in the library, and I really appreciate that. And that was really all I was going to say. So, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. I'll close the public comment at this time. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Mealy. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Daniels. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now we're going to pick up from the staff reports that we didn't get to before dinner. We'll start off with the capital improvement plan by Dr. Dewis.
Ms. Staton did a number on that microphone height. I'm happy to present to you tonight an updated format for the Bedford County Public Schools Capital Improvement Plan, or CIP. This document, which is printed at your place and posted on board docs, contains much more detail than previous versions of a capital improvement plan and includes school needs, specific project details, and financial needs as well. The information in the CIP comes from several sources and is influenced by many factors. In the past 6 years, we've had a complete facility assessment of all of our school buildings, as well as a follow-up 2019 elementary facility study, which focused on particular needs at that level. We have a maintenance work tracker system, which keeps track of the problems that folks face on a daily basis, and we pay close attention to what comes in and where. We talk with engineers, architects, and other vendors to consult with them on ideas and strategies to work with our facilities. We conduct school safety inspections every 3 years. We also consider demographic information, so not just about the facilities, but what our enrollment projections are and where proposed housing developments are in the county. We have to consider inflation when we talk about the capital improvement plan. And so, as you can see, the total needs outlined over 10 years in this plan are approaching $150 million, which averages about $12 to $15, $16 million per year. We also have to plan for the unexpected. And so this plan also includes the placement of contingency funds every year. After the reversion of the city of Bedford to town status, Bedford County Public Schools began receiving considerably more funds per year from the state as an incentive to streamline local government operations. These funds, determined by the difference between the current County Local Composite Index, or LCI, and the city's last LCI in 2014, are to last for 15 years from that time. The county has been following a plan to give increasingly more money each year to Bedford County Public Schools for one-time projects as a way to budget for the potential cliff of funding in fiscal year 29. And as you can see in the chart on this slide, by 2028, we'll be receiving $4.5 million in this current county plan. These funds are factored into the CIP revenue stream. The only other funds that are currently known are those from COVID relief, and they're also factored in to the revenue stream. It's still uncertain the level of facility support that the state will begin to provide, although we are hopeful that as the General Assembly is finalizing its budget, that the state will begin to provide a mechanism for assisting localities with facility maintenance. We just don't know exactly what that will look like until they're finished their business in Richmond. We'll also likely have end-of-year reappropriations, as Mr. Hagler said earlier, that could be available if the board opts to direct them in that manner. But it's impossible really to budget those too far in advance of their availability. This plan focuses on preserving the facilities we have. by repairing and replacing systems that are broken or may soon be. These include HVAC, or heating and cooling systems, roofs, flooring, paving systems, as well as instituting painting and light replacement cycles. Specific projects include, among others, several renovations of older schools, recommended to occur after 50 years, typically in the industry, auditorium renovations in this facility as well as at Liberty High School, and some athletic facility maintenance. In the first year, fiscal year 23, which is accounted for at this time from county and COVID relief funds, so that amount is, the money is on hand for what is planned, several projects will be accomplished. In blue on this slide are projects already underway, including HVAC replacements at 4 schools and gym floor maintenance at this school, Stanton River High School, and the middle school, as part of a cycle that we need to implement. Several other projects are listed. Some painting projects, replacing the water pipes that go underground along this campus because many of those pipes have been failing. A new fuel tank at this location for our buses and other fleet parts of our fleet to fuel up between runs. Some structural work on masonry at Susie Gibson, and then again beginning some replacement cycles such as asphalt, painting, and replacing some older and remaining carpet in several schools. If funds, for some reason, were not to be available this year or any really given year to accomplish all the priorities due to a lack of funding or emergency spending that's needed, we would await year-end reappropriations, we'd await state revenue updates to complete them, or we would just delay the completion of non-critical items. And those typically would be in areas such as painting or carpet replacement or some of the paving work, which we would try to squeeze another year, 2, 3 years out of if the money weren't available. We may be able to, for example, on the Stanton River Underground water pipe replacement, placing failing spots along the way. However, we think that that's just a piecemeal approach that really is only a short-term Band-Aid. Projects in fiscal year 24 and beyond are listed in the CIP, and as you can see in the summary chart toward the beginning of the document, they are not fully funded at this point. In May, we will ask the board to approve this CIP document so that there's consensus on the overall concepts in the plan, and specifically so we can begin to implement the rest of the specific projects in this first year. We'll continue to update the facilities committee regularly and the whole board at least annually, or more often if needed, in order to update needs and priorities for future versions of this plan. Now, there are potential other needs that are not addressed in this CIP. The Facilities Committee has discussed enrollment pressures in the Forest Zone elementary schools in light of current and proposed housing developments. There may also be needs to consider other full school renovations if specific projects like roofs and HVAC systems and flooring that we have planned aren't adequate to fully meet educational needs in a building as single projects. In previous meetings, in addition, other projects have been discussed, such as additional tennis courts at Liberty High School and other specific needs as well. One special area to note tonight is that in considering this plan as a whole, there is potential for engaging in projects that reduce operating costs in the future. These savings, if we could realize them, could be cycled back into the maintenance fund for future projects. The Facilities Committee, at its last meeting, and I won't speak in too much detail about it because I think we'll have an update a little later in the meeting, but did endorse the possibility of soliciting proposals for solar power at 1 or 2 schools in order to save electric utility costs. Really just to see what kind of mechanisms are out there to really get ahead of rising utility costs. Similarly, we may be able to reduce electrical usage by installing LED lights throughout the district. This CIP contains funds to do that in a very straightforward manner, just money available to install the lights, and we know that we'll have reduced electric bills after that. But there may be ways to accomplish the same goal that require less upfront capital costs on our part. So energy savings or other related approaches can involve financing the installation costs against future savings. And so either way, what I would love to do is to see if there is board consensus to allow us to move forward with seeking proposals for a limited solar project, for example, just a first try at one or two schools, and to just begin to explore as well potential lighting project financing mechanisms, which would also require a request for proposals. And of course, nothing would ever be put into place without approval at the end of that process by the board. But that RFP would allow us just to see what's out there and see what mechanisms and possibilities there are to do these cost-saving measures. These wouldn't be a low bid type of project because we just don't know what variability in the financing mechanisms and financial structures there would be. And we also, of course, would need to consider other factors like site design and the impact on our staff, timelines, and also learning opportunities for students. So at this time, I'd be happy to field any questions you may have about this plan before we would ask for approval at next month's meeting, and also see if there is consensus to allow us to issue some feelers out there for some of those energy and cost-saving plans like solar or lighting.
Okay, let's handle the question part first. And I've already seen Mr. Bill's finger go up.
Yeah, so I just want to verify that this is the recommendation of the Facilities Committee as far as the
Looking
CIP.
into the solar stuff?
No, the CIP as far as what's listed here for 23.
This is really up for discussion.
It's not
It's what
from
we
us.
were wanting the board to discuss it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's not a recommendation from
Well,
you
not
guys.
fully. There were
Okay.
some items that certainly we did discuss, but certainly.
Number 2 would be yours.
Yes, number 2 is mine.
Okay.
But it is up for the board to discuss.
Okay, perfect. And then the only other statement that I would say, Mac, as far as the solar energy, love the idea, but I would personally not approve going after it unless the bid includes the company who puts it there is responsible for removing it at the end of the life.
Yeah.
So they would be responsible for all of removal, taking care of anything that needs to be recycled, et cetera.
Right. I agree, and I think that is how many of them are financed, but we certainly would need to verify that. I would also want to make sure that that company would be responsible for the maintenance and work along the way just because of the impact on our staff. And if there are questions about specific items now or between now and the next meeting, specific projects that are listed in the next year or beyond, Sheldon Cash and Charles Santor are here with us tonight and may be able to shed some light on some of the specifics, or we can follow up.
So the $13 million that you've got listed here for FY23, is that what is proposed in our budget? Or is that what you're asking for us to approve? I just want to understand, do we have $13 million to spend based on the current budget that we've approved for 23? And we're trying to fit those projects into that budget.
No. So this budget would be from the project maintenance fund that Mr. Hagler discussed earlier, and he may wish to say more, but with the previous year's reappropriation, with the county funds that have been put in, as well as the COVID relief funds, that amount of money is in place. Yeah. And not in the operating budget, but in the maintenance project.
Okay.
Is that correct, Mr. Hagler? Yeah.
Any more questions?
Do you have a school in mind that you would like to pilot this solar project?
We were approached by one vendor who may also be one who's interested in sending a proposal in, who looked using GIS and other tools that they had in place, also looking at utility usage and that sort of thing, just to see where they might sit. We have some school locations which are just not, they're too small to have much of a place for array. We don't have roofs that are in, that really can stand the addition of that right now either without some serious study. But we have a couple of schools that have large grounds, Montvale and Goodview, which I think would be good first candidates for this because they have available land that's oriented the right way according to the experts. So, but this is what we would, we'd also see if there were other ideas out there through this process, I think, too, that would give us more information. But those might be two options early on.
Okay. And you say he looked at utility usage and stuff like it. Is there a way we can start with the school that's costing us the most to see if that's possible that when we put the solar thing there, it will lower that cost?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, and then that could provide the most savings. I think when arrays are easier to put in and easier to maintain because they're in the right place.
Gotcha.
The companies are willing to contribute more back to you. So yes, I think that's an important part of the first choice.
That's all I got.
Ms. Harrison?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Dr. Dewis, just to piggyback off of Mr. Nims's question regarding Goodview Elementary School in terms of looking at a school that could potentially save us a little bit more money. We, as a facility committee, we certainly talked about Goodview being one of those schools,
right,
particularly because of the size of it,
right,
and also the location. So do you still believe that Goodview Elementary School would be a good school to at least start placing the solar panels there, just to kind of see if it would be a cost saving for us?
I do. I think it and Montvale are both great candidates for it. And so if the thought is to just start with one, then I need to go back to the numbers to look at where we might get the most bang for our buck, or for our savings, I guess, and make that decision. But it could very well be that school.
Well, it certainly, and I can't speak for Mr. Holbrook, can certainly speak as well, but I know as a committee we did feel that it would be beneficial and a good beginning for cost saving if we would consider Goodview Elementary School as being one of those schools that we could maybe potentially put the solar panels there. And I still hold true to that. I think it would be a good start in some ways for us to save some money. When we look at the list of needs, they're astronomical. And any way in which we can go by saving some money, we need to do so. I would like to, if I may at this time, talk a little bit about a couple of items that are not shaded in blue. Those that are shaded in blue certainly were priorities and need to be first and foremost in terms of taking care of. Those that are not shaded, the Forest Middle School painting, I spent some time going to the middle school and during their open house, and it was wonderful. I had an opportunity to see the old section of that building, which I believe that's the section that we're wanting to paint.
The original part.
Yeah,
yes,
the
ma'am.
original part. By the way, it's beautiful. I'm so happy that we were able to provide this for our students at Forest Middle School and get them out of those mobiles. The painting, when I look at our needs here, just from this list alone, I would ask that we really strongly reconsider making Forest Middle School painting a priority right now, and that we look at other greater needs that we have and route that $180,000 to meet some other needs. I know that we have some schools out at the south side when I think about Huddleston Elementary School and some of the needs there. But I would ask the board to strongly consider us making changes there.
Anything else, Ms. Harrison?
No, that's all.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr.
Is there a reason why the Stanton River High School water pipes isn't a priority?
No, sir, it is a priority. That's why it's listed in year one.
Okay, I just didn't see it shaded in blue. I just didn't know why it wasn't.
I don't want to, I want to be clear about the shading in blue.
Okay.
The blue shading those are projects that are really already moving down the road and
Okay.
already begun. Because they were, for example, the HVAC projects, we had bids on those before. They were already in motion. They're just
Gotcha.
going to carry into next year. It doesn't mean that those are necessarily higher priorities. It
Okay.
just means that they're already in motion, and so we're already moving forward on them. Clearly, anything we selected for year one, the Stewartsville roof, for example, was a high priority roof project, higher than other schools, which show up in 24, 25, 26. The water pipes, when we lose water, we lose efficiency in the system. It's wasteful. It's costs a lot to dig in and fix one corner of one elbow. We did a similar replacement at Liberty High School when their pipes failed in 2017, the same time the gym was being built. And that system has, that has been much more reliable and fail-safe since that time. That's probably a project that would need some good lead design time and would not be done, like, couldn't be done this summer and is not something that really can be done during the year. But we could prepare to move on that in the following summer if that's the, if this list is what's accepted for year one.
Mr. Daniels?
About the solar, is there any federal or state either credits or grants that we could apply for to help offset some of that cost as well?
There may be. I don't know. The mechanisms that are now available to us in the Appalachian or AEP service area, and most schools in our county are served by that company, are projects that are entered into where a third party installs, maintains, and then later removes the arrays, selling the electricity generated to us at a rate that's lower than the current utility rate. And so there's just a change in so year one, there's some thousands of dollars of saving, and year two, there's compounded 3 and so forth. By the end, it's a potentially, even in a single building, over $1 million of saving over a period of time. And so what we just want to explore is the fact that, so that there would be no cost to us up front, only savings, that's worth it. And so if we were installing and maintaining the equipment ourselves, I think we certainly would need to go after grants and other kind of incentives. Many of the mechanisms aren't that way, though.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Meal?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Dr. Dewis, with this list of priorities here, I'm just wondering, was the water problem ever fixed here at Stanton River, where the water comes in when it rains down the sidewalk?
Here, through that door right there.
That's a pretty significant issue.
Yeah, Mr. Santer, you want to speak to that, or Mr. Cash? Sure.
So, to answer your question, there's only so much we can do with the existing grade of how this building was built. But it is one of the things that, if you look at that study that was done, I think presented a few months ago about the auditoriums, that I made sure that the architect was aware of and that we had an issue that we needed to address. But there's really, this floor is at a certain level and everything else outside of it is, and there's not a lot to do to address it without a significant amount of regrading. So I don't know if we can necessarily do it. We've done a couple of Band-Aid things, but they're Band-Aids. To solve the problem is to do a significant regrading job outside.
Can't even like redirect the water, like, dig a ditch, so to speak, redirect the water away from coming down the building?
So that's
as a Band-Aid type of thing?
Not really, because of the elevation of the current stormwater that's outside. there's probably a couple things we could look into to digging it up, but there's a significant cost. I'll put it to you this way: if the auditorium work gets kicked down the road due to costs for everything else that you guys have to decide and make tough decisions on, we probably could have to do something for a longer term. But I think from our perspective, we were looking to see like where we kind of getting a feel for what the board was going to do the next couple of months with these big capital projects, and then make decisions on, do we have to do a longer term Band-Aid versus fixing it right? Me being a construction guy, I want to do it right. I want to do it right the first time. There's a lot of things that we've run into in the 4 or 5 years I've been in this position where we're constantly fixing things that were Band-Aids over the last 20, 30 years. And to answer your question, depending on what you guys decide, we can come up with a longer term Band-Aid, but to do it right, it's going to be a very involved process.
And I guess I'm wondering, the last bid on this auditorium, wasn't it like in the $5 million range or something? Is that correct?
Yes, that's very close to it. And
Well,
I think it's
right, so
years from now.
those were architect estimates. Yes, you're right. And several options were presented.
Right.
Total demolition, total new, renovation, addition. So yes, the option that's included in the CIP is a middle option that definitely expands the facility and allows a better program and addresses, of course, the civil issues and all that around the building.
And what is the reality with regard to actually doing this? It's one thing to have a study and a bid on it, and this is what we could do, but what's the reality? Because my concern is, I mean, as long as I've been in Bedford County, all I've heard is that, kids are helping sweep water out of this building. I've even heard that sandbags were put there, which I think would then become a fire hazard because you can't open the door. So it's just very concerning when water pours into this building, but we're saying, we need to do some other things. I mean, water is destructive in and of itself.
It clearly is. We have the Stanton River Auditorium over 2 years in phases, in years 25 and 26, partly in that range so that there's time to design if that is the plan and adopted by the board. Agreed. Now, those years also have gaps in spending of about $11 million in those years. And so to address your question about what's realistic, I think we would need to meet that funding gap if that project were going to move forward. So agreed. And so I think Charles answered the question correctly. We certainly can do more extensive work. We just wouldn't feel responsible spending money on something that's going to be addressed fairly soon anyway, but we can.
I agree if the money's going to be there, but did I understand you say, it's a funding gap? So
right.
Where are we planning to get $11 million?
It's for us to. That's for us to figure out.
Yeah, I know, but we need to do something about this auditorium as well. Oh, I just want to say one more thing. I really appreciate this book. Who was involved in all this?
Well, a lot of work, of course, goes into this work. I think I did most of the typing and picture gathering, but certainly the whole maintenance staff, all the consultants we use contributed. Mr. Hagler, copying a lot of numbers from his work into there as well. So, team effort.
Well, thank you all very much, the maintenance people, for this. This is the first time, again, since I've been in Bedford County, that we've had something as detailed as this. I really appreciate the schedules in the back, the completed projects page, the looking into the future. I think it's a really great document. It's certainly a place for us to start and explaining everything that we would normally be asking at a meeting. So just thank you so much for your work involved in this.
Anything else, Dr. Maley?
Oh, no, thank you, Madam
Okay.
Chairman.
Did you have something, Ms. Harrison?
I guess I'm just wondering at this point, looking at this area, this list that we have here, the board making a decision and the topics that have already been discussed, us moving forward. I don't want to beat a dead horse here or continue to bring this up, but there are areas here on this list, one that I mentioned, and hearing from other board members too, certainly I think there may need to be somewhat of some tweaking or further discussion on it. I think we have other needs. And if you look in this document and you look at year 24, 25, further on, there may be some projects that we could certainly move in place of some of those that are not shaded blue. I know Dr. Dewis has talked about the shaded blue, but I certainly would like for the board to really give some thought and consideration, particularly to the painting.
So, Mr. Hagler, I want to understand this as far as from a budgetary standpoint. So if I calculate correctly, we're in need of about $25 million per year over the next 5 years to fund all of these projects. It's currently slated for $13 million next year. What are our options for the other $12 million if we wanted to go approve $25 million in projects? Is there a way for us to go get that funding from the Board of Supervisors? What are our overall options for that other $12 million?
Good question. Other funding sources that might be available in the future, hard to tell. There may be some federal funds available for school. You know, there's been a lot of talk at the federal level about the condition of school systems and stuff, so, you know, but nothing has passed yet, so there may be some funding that comes down that way. In the two different versions of the House and the Senate version, we built our budget off the House version. It was the least favorable. In the Senate version, there was $4.2 million available for school construction. There was zero in the House. I don't have that built into the budget. They're still working out their budget, so there may be some more state funding. I think when you look long-term, though, with the very large number, it's not going to all come from the federal and state. It will require Board of Supervisors to request money. It may be cash that's on hand in reserve or borrow to fix some of these. So we've done renovations and we've done additions to gyms and other things, and we've borrowed from that in the past. That depends on the debt load they're willing to take on. What is the debt service and how much is that going to be? How much debt service is coming on? So I think it's a combination of those. Depending on leftover funds and the little bit that we're putting in, will not get this accomplished. It's going to be federal, state, and also either borrowing or some additional funds from the Board of Supervisors. And that's going to probably take work with this board and the Board of Supervisors working together to figure that out. I'm just being realistic on that. You know, if we're going to funnel $1 million into here each year, $1.5 million, it's just not going to get it all done.
So we do have the option to go after additional funding, should we want to approve. You know,
there could be a request,
just
like when the Forest Middle School, addition.
Right.
It was a request by, if I remember correctly, the school board voted that they wanted to expand Forest Middle to meet the needs and get rid of all the mobiles. The dollar amount was requested from the Board of Supervisors. That was debated on how big of a project were they willing to fund, and then they told us how much they would fund, and then funds were borrowed. The funding mechanism is really, they do the borrow. They could take a combination of reserve or borrowed funds to pay for the project, but they approve the overall project. So this board would request of them to do
So let me make sure I understand. So if we as a board, and I'm not saying we're approving all these projects, but if we say we wanted to say yes on this $13 million, but we also want to go rebuild or renovate 2 theaters at Liberty High School and Stanton River, we can do that, get an appraisal, or not appraisal, but estimate of what it would take to build those 2 auditoriums and go to the Board of Supervisors and request that money?
Yes, sir. And once the project is approved and the total amount, then you go out for bid and you have to decide, okay, we went out for bid, it came in a little bit higher, what do you cut off the project, what can you accomplish to stay within the budget that the Board of Supervisors, that's how it's been done in the past. In my time here, it's been a request, the school board usually makes the initiation of that, saying we'd like to do this. The funding mechanism, whether they borrow or take it from other funds, is up to them, but they approve the overall project and what they can support. Yes, sir.
I definitely think that's something we need to consider. I mean, we've heard it loud and clear that the community is expecting us to do something with these 2 auditoriums. So the other thing, and I'll be the one that says it, the funding, I think we need to be very careful how we have the funding laid out for what schools. As we've heard repeatedly, our numbers are not growing. And so there comes a time where do we need all of these schools? Now, I'm not naming names or whatever, but I think we need to make sure we're looking at it long term, not to go spend $1 million on a building that we're not going to be in 5 years. But if we start to see growth, that's a different story. But if we continue to see decline in student numbers, we don't need to be spending millions of dollars on buildings we're not going to be in 5 years.
I think you make a good point there, absolutely. I am optimistic that we will see growth, and I know that one of the things that our community and our families who move here is that they move here because of our elementary, our small schools, our populations that we have. Our neighborhood schools are very, very important to families, so I would hope that that as a division that we would still maintain that. But if I could get back, I hate to beat a dead horse here, or maybe it's not quite dead yet because I keep trying to bring it up. This list that we have here before us is one in which we certainly are going to need to discuss further, I feel. Or maybe I'm the only one here that thinks we need to make some adjustments. I feel that this $13 million, Mr. Hagler, we do have this money, right?
The $13 million is, Mr. Hill said earlier, you got over $13 million in the budget next year.
Right.
A lot of that money is the COVID relief money for HVACs.
Right.
We've already launched on those. We haven't launched on all the projects, so
Okay.
if you keep the overall projects to about $13 million,
Yeah.
you can move those around,
Yeah.
move one in from in a future year in, move one out. That's the board's prerogative there.
Yeah.
But I think for Dr. Dewis's team and the maintenance staff, the sooner the board can decide which projects are
Yes.
priority. Charles Santor and Sheldon Cash, there's a lot of projects going on right now, and there's limited capacity, so we want to kind of time those out where one's ending and we're going into another one and getting things done. So it's the board's direction on which ones are the priority, so we'll go ahead and spend the $13 million next year. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you look at year 24, that list there, Huddleston Elementary School's floor tile is at $164,736. I would like to recommend that we remove Forest Middle School's painting at a later date and place Huddleston Elementary School floor tiling to be done for year 23, yes. I have looked at Huddleston Elementary School's floor tile. I don't know if any fellow board members have visited Huddleston Elementary School, but I have. And it's a need of repair. And I understand that it's listed here in year 24, but I think it needs to be moved up. Madam Chair, if you could help guide us on this.
Yeah, we'll get there. I still actually have questions. I was waiting for everybody to go first.
Thank you.
The structural listing here for Susie Gibson at $102,000, what is that?
That involves mainly repointing masonry on the building. It's very visible at the front entrance and in a few other selected places where concrete has just eroded. I worry that eventually some of that will crumble. It's held in okay. However, we had some structural engineers take a look at that 2 or 3 years ago and estimate that this would be a rough amount of money that it may take to do that kind of repointing and support of brickwork. So, I think it's more than cosmetic.
So it is structural, it's been
Yeah.
You had an engineer go in there and look at it, and
We did. Mr. Santor, you remember working on that?
take those, I don't want them.
When I came into my position, one of the things I noticed was there was significant cracking in the masonry at Susie Gibson, to the point I had some serious concerns. So at that time, we hired Wiley Wilson's structural department to come through and did a complete study on the building. Also spent a lot of time going through drawings. One of the things we found through our files is a student in 1982 in the drafting program. Those cracks have been there since then. And the drafting teacher had that student go through, document everything, draw it, measure it, and the cracks hadn't moved since that time. Based on that and the other information that the Wiley Wilson engineers studied, they felt that what we had at the time was fine. The building was structurally sound, which is what I wanted, and I got that in a letter in writing. But they made some recommendations to address some of the masonry, like the brick veneer. When you walk in the front, it looks a lot worse than it is structurally. However, if we don't address it, it could get worse because you're allowing water infiltration. Whenever you're dealing with water and masonry, it just doesn't get along. So it is not a critical thing, which is why we didn't immediately take care of it at the time, but it's definitely something I think that we need to get taken care of in the next couple of years.
But we haven't had any further damage to it in 40 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, and some of those cracks are really in the stairwell.
Yes.
That's what you're talking about.
Yes.
I think that brickwork's gotten worse in 40 years.
Yeah, the brickwork on the front, but that's just a veneer and not a structural member. However, there were cracks in the structural members, but they were based on basically settling after the initial construction or within the first few years, and it hasn't moved since.
Now, and Mr. Nelms actually mentioned this, Susie Gibson's on the historical registry. Would any of the grant cover that?
I'll let you take.
Yes.
Don't disappear.
No, he won't go far. He's quick. Qualifying, any qualifying expense to a building on the registry can allow 20 to 25% of the cost to be covered with historic tax credits.
So is this $102 figure that you've given us, is that covered?
It could very well be. I would have to do a little bit of homework on that, but I think so.
Okay, so this number isn't a valid number then without the homework on it?
It's an estimate at this point from a study 3 years ago. So we've adjusted it upward a little bit for inflation. So it's a placeholding estimate at this point, and we'd certainly have to have, folks who do the work come and look and tell us how much it would cost. But yes.
Well, it surely wouldn't cost $102,000. I've had, the entire Avenel house was ground out and rechinked for a third of that.
Okay.
I mean, unless it was something structural, which you said it wasn't. It's mainly just.
The structural issues that the engineers still felt they were comfortable with what was, there was some deficiencies when it was built where wire wasn't put in block like it should have been. There's
Right.
also no expansion joints, which is really the main problem. There aren't any expansion joints.
Right.
So I'd have to, it's been a while since I've looked at the recommendations, but I believe it was repointing the brick veneer and then getting in and trying to add some wire and adjusting, cutting in some expansion joints to try to give, if it moves anymore, which it shouldn't,
Right.
but give it some, allow it to move without walls separating.
Right. But it's been there since when, 1930 something?
No, the original structure was in the 50s.
Okay.
And that's where we've had most of the issues.
Most of the issues.
Mhm.
Okay. All right.
To go back to my questions, the carpet removal, that is coming out of COVID money?
That can, I believe, right, Mr.
Is that
Hoover?
how you have it figured out here for the COVID money for air quality purposes? Is that what we've done before?
We did a lot of carpet removal last summer. That was mostly done with COVID money. I'm not sure if we wrote up the rest of the COVID money for conditional carpet, but once again, as bids come in, as we spend down the money on COVID, if we don't spend as much on, in learning loss, or, I've got too much estimated there, we're moving this and we'll spend all the money down by 24, we're going to have to move money around. So if there's additional money that we haven't used on other things, we can move that around and use it for other projects. So that's kind of like we have to wait for the bids to come in on some of the larger projects. That's why we had to pull back on some of them, because we were planning on using more of the COVID money, but the bids came in higher, so we had to put some of those off. COVID would apply to carpet removal, and would qualify because we did a lot of it last summer.
Okay, well, while you're here, then out of this 13,124,300, how much of that is COVID money?
Pretty close to $2 million of that.
So we're looking at,
It's in the 9 million range, it's closer to 10
Okay.
million, I believe. I'm just thinking, when I was putting the budget together, I don't have it in front of me, but, yeah.
the gym floors, what's wrong with them?
This is just a cycle of refinishing that just has to be done every so many years to keep them playable, keep them from buckling, yeah, I mean,
Can I ask them?
Mr. Santor's right there. He might talk more about gym floors, but we did one high school, we did one last year. This was a approximate price for that. At Stanton River, we thought that same depth of sanding down and refinishing and all of that would be needed. However, the folks who looked at it did not think it needed that level of it, and so we were able to look at both Stanton River Middle and High on a, not the complete refinishing, but kind of a mid-range one, and get both schools done for roughly that same amount of money. Yeah, it's a maintenance cycle we really need to be on.
Okay, so you're basically just stripping it or sanding it down, refinishing it. Okay, I can handle it.
Yep.
And the general painting for $102,000.
We have not established at this point a schedule for what exact schools would be in 23, 24, 25. We certainly will need to do that and can, to get at the question, Ms. Hairston was asking about which schools may need it the most, or parts of schools may need it the most. The idea here with asphalt, with painting, with lighting, was to just begin a cycle so that there's an amount of money every year so we have a plan. And so when this, if this is approved as a concept, we'll make our schedule for what schools would need to be painted, what we could get for $102,000, and initially set $100,000 a year. We just escalated it 2% every year in the budget for an inflationary factor. But painting has sometimes been an afterthought, or something that has been done locally by staff who get together to do it, and that's all good, and it helps schools to look a lot better when they do it. We just need I just think we need to set aside a professional cycle for doing that so that we can just maintain the buildings we have.
Well, and since Ms. Harrison was beating dead livestock earlier, I'm gonna beat that dead horse too. I don't see anything about the water fountains on here.
That is true. They are not. And as other projects that had been started already, this really is a look ahead in the next year. After we discussed water fountains at the last meeting and tried to examine why the cost was what it was, we found out that if we were able to buy water fountains directly ourselves and then later work to hire local folks to install them, that we would save a considerable amount of money, bringing it down under that level where bids are even required. And so we went ahead and moved ahead with that COVID money that had been set aside for the purchase of those after hearing the board's discussion at the last meeting. So those are on order, and we'll have local folks installing those, and it will be, I don't know we haven't gotten all the quotes yet, I don't think, on our install, but it's going to be a substantial amount of money less, yeah.
So if we're saving that much, could we have done more fountains?
Well, good point. I think those were items that had come through the process for public input through the COVID relief funds. We may. We'll see how those prices come in for install. Certainly we can.
Yeah, with this, it's really, some of these haven't been bid out. And if we expand any projects now, that would take money away from future projects. So as we do things and as the board commits to things, it's like, okay, let's do some more of this. That factors into our expenditures, and it's like, okay, what's our new balance to work with? And that's, each project has to be, we have to go forward making sure we have the funding for it. So that's where I'm watching over the funding before we bid anything out, making sure we've got enough funds to go forward. So we could expand that if the board wanted to. It would reduce probably the ending balance that I would show going into the following year, and it would reduce available funds for other projects in the future. But we could expand that if you wanted.
Go ahead, Mr. Daniels.
Not to beat a dead horse on the water fountains, but, we brought it up at the last meeting. It was going to be over $200,000, and now we're coming back and saying, hey, because we kind of got involved, now we're going to save $100,000. I know that the bid process says anything that's $200,000 and above, the board has to look at. Anything under, it doesn't matter. We've had discussions, both of us, and you said in the past it was a lot lower. Is it possible to evaluate what that is, and then maybe just, help everybody sharpen their pencils? Is there anything that we can find out and address at the next meeting? Possibly looking at that policy or whatever it is?
Oh, the procurement policy for where the level of board involvement for approving, where it's set, where that level is set?
Yeah.
That's definitely the prerogative of the board to set that level wherever you want.
Okay.
The 200,000 is, I can't go any higher than that state law. So you could pull that back if you wanted. What that is saying is that we go out for a formal bid above that. If the board wanted to have more involvement, or the committee wanted more involvement in the quote review process, I mean, you could do any of that through policy. Yes, sir.
It's just hard to turn $1 into two, so if we can get it to go further,
yep,
that helps us get more projects done too. Yep. I had a couple other questions on the carpet. Is that removal and replacement of carpet, or is it just removal and we're putting VCT in?
It's probably going to be a combination depending upon where it is. Okay. In office areas, we've tended to replace carpet with carpet tile just because it's an office setting. In library media centers, we have some of both, although that quieter carpet tile is something we have in the most recent projects we've done. In other instructional spaces, we've had carpet in hallways. We used to have it in some cafeterias even, and then we've replaced all of that with vinyl tile. So it really just depends upon where, but
Where and how much high traffic, and then you don't want anything that someone can trip over.
And the type of environment it is.
Yeah.
So most of what's left is in library media centers and some selected other spaces.
Okay.
There's not a lot. We've done a lot of this in the last 5 to 10 years with a lot of success. So. And I think it's one reason why the paint at Forest Middle looks so good, because the older, darker carpet is now out. The hallways are much brighter just because of the tile flooring, and it makes a big difference. So.
And then the last question I had was on the fuel tank. By putting that fuel tank here, does that help offset fuel cost?
Well, what it will do, similar to the one we have just recently completed at Huddleston, is it's going to be a much bigger tank than what we currently have. And so it's going to need to be filled less often. We'll have less critical times when, if a company can't get there that day or the next day to fill it, that we just have more gallons to spare, there. So it's going to be a big improvement. I don't know that And if tanks stay full, drivers don't have to drive to another school to fill up. So that could very well, and in that respect, could save fuel. Yeah.
Great.
Dr. Dewis, around the asphalt for Bedford Primary, please tell me that it's A, expanding, and B, it's adding additional handicap space.
Yes. We have to look at that site to see how much it's actually expanding the parking lot. That is such a landlocked area. The roadway in front of the school is our responsibility. That's not a VDOT road, and it's in dire need of replacement and resurfacing. That's why it's first on the list. And then the whole parking lot would be looked at the same time. Certainly when it's restriped, we will address any ADA issues that we need to.
Any more questions? I want to make sure we have,
I don't have a question, just if I can make a summary comment or two on this particular topic.
Okay.
So first of all, we really appreciate the engagement from the board in this, which is what this was designed to do. So I also want to thank, as one of our board members did, Dr. Dewis and our maintenance staff for preparing this. This hasn't existed prior, I don't believe. We'll make this available online, or is it already available?
Well, it's in board docs tonight, and we certainly can post it to our other pages.
So what the board has traditionally done, as many divisions do, is they've gone a year at a time. You've approved maintenance projects for the next year. What we're doing is signaling to you and the community our needs over the next decade. We already knew these needs because the board did an elementary study in 2016 and revisited in 2019. That's where most of these projects come from. And so these dollar figures are our financial staff's best guess based upon that 2016 and 2019 evaluation. Inflation goes up and prices are crazy right now with building materials and construction, but we're signaling to the community we have well over $100 million in needs if we want to maintain these buildings for another generation. And so there's a great question asked here earlier, do we have this money? No. This is advocacy work that we need to do. We need to identify the funding streams, whether they be federal, state, or local, so that we can accomplish the needs that have already been established. So that's the main purpose of this document, is to lay out the needs and give it some order. So what we'll be asking you to take a formal vote on is just on FY23. We've had a lot of conversation about what are those items in FY23. We'll ask you to approve the staff in moving forward in those projects. And then the following year, we'll vote on 24. But you're also voting on the concept of the layout. That these are the needs, and this is the order that we're going to establish for the next 10 years. So a year from now, we'll add on FY33, and then we'll add on FY34. And this will always be a 10-year plan moving forward. And I also want to thank the board for moving forward with establishment at the committee level, because really we can't get this work done without the board leading in this way. So the facilities committee has had several meetings now, right, Ms. Harrison? I think we've had 2.
We have 2.
We'll continue to meet and Mr. Holbrook and Mrs. Harrison will meet regularly with the committee to look at the fine granular detail of the plan. Good questions here from Mr. Daniels about, where do we want to set that threshold for more conversation with the board? We can certainly talk about that at the committee level perhaps and then bring it back to the full board. But thank you, Dr. Dewis, and to our other staff for your work in putting this together, and to the board for all of your questions. I'm sure the community is going to be very interested in wanting to read up on this. In an ideal world, folks, we would accomplish everything in this plan in 1 year. Every school is going to want to be next year. No one's going to want to be 10 years out or 8 years out. But what we've tried to do is take a measured approach so that if we can identify those federal, state, and local funding streams, if we can accomplish somewhere in the area of $12 to $14 million each year, over 10 years, we can ensure that these fine schools are being maintained for the next generation and beyond.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
is now a good time for us to at least, I'd like to make a motion that we make some changes.
Well, that's what I was getting ready to
Okay,
ask.
all right.
Because it does sound like there is some disagreement here as to the priorities, especially with the Forest Middle School painting versus the Huddleston floor. The price of the Susie Gibson structural brickwork. Because it's hard for us to say to go ahead with this because if we get 25% off of $100,000, that's pretty substantial.
And a quote might come in more for that or for any other of them too.
Yeah.
And so we'll certainly work within the budget we have.
Do you guys want to come up with a consensus to move forward, to make substitutions and move forward? Or do you want to go back to the drawing board and have it brought back to us?
Yeah, I think the
Like for it to be worked on a little bit further and brought back?
Yeah, since we're not really asking for approval of this until next month, it does give some time for us to revisit the painting priorities, I think, and to determine a schedule that might be appropriate. And it might not be whole schools at a time. We just might look at the most needy portions of some buildings to do that. So it'll give us more time to do that, and we certainly can. And then if in the meantime you all have questions or things to point out, call and let me know, and we will study those and work those in as well. And we might have we might be able to recommend some tweaks to the order of some of this.
And some current numbers too, and figure out, especially with Susie Gibson, how much of that will be covered and what would be the new.
Okay. All right. And we may be able to have a mason just take a look and give us
and that would be wonderful if we could do that too.
Yeah.
Also too, it was kind of come up within that conversation, do we want to put the procurement process on the agenda for next month to look at that as well?
Yes. Madam Chairman, I was going to ask
So
you
could we
to-
put that on there, Ms. Johnson? Thank you very much. Yeah, let's have this come back
Right.
to us next month. You said we need to vote on it next month?
We would ask for you to adopt the CIP. Yeah, that'd be
Okay,
terrific.
yeah, so
it was
if
for
we-
information this month. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll look at FY '23 next month. If you could get that out to us as soon as possible, we have time to look at it. And also, don't forget, we have Ms. Harris. If you don't want to reach out to Dr. Dewis, with all due respect, Ms. Harrison and Mr. Holbrook are our facilities committee, so you can reach out to them as well, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
We also get on next month's budget the approval of the exploration of the solar panels and the LED
Oh, well,
lighting.
I was going to hit that here in just a second. Because didn't you want a consensus on procuring, about bids for?
Yes, if you have general consensus that us issuing a request for proposals is okay, we can issue that, begin to gather information, and then we wouldn't move forward on any of that until we had approval. And I don't know that would be May. It might take us 2 to 3 months to really sift through all of that.
And we're
So-
looking at free proposals, we don't have to pay for these?
when you request proposals, we're saying we are interested in anyone who's interested in doing this work for us. What can you do? What structure would you use? How would you finance it?
Okay.
All of that. How much would it cost? And we're sifting through all of that and moving forward. So, no, just doing that process doesn't cost.
Okay.
It costs firms time to do it, and I don't think we want to be in the habit of just doing that on a whim, because folks will get tired of sending the proposals to us if we do that.
So
but
we're looking-
if there's consensus on those couple limited items, starting with solar, I would say, and then potentially looking at lighting, we can do that over the upcoming couple of months.
Well, then how do y'all feel about going ahead with getting the solar proposals?
You might as well.
Yes.
Okay, so you have consensus there. What about the lighting? And that way we can just go ahead and let that, get that ball rolling too.
Lighting, be more specific.
Just what we would do, we would be looking for ways to install LED everywhere, and using the savings to finance, or to pay for it, and potentially using the savings in for other things. When that's done right, it's pennies on the dollar of what we're spending on electric for lighting. So I think there are various mechanisms of doing that. That's
Does
what we
AEP
want to
have a
explore.
program for that?
Pardon me?
They do have a program. AEP has a program for that.
Yeah, and that's what we want to look at. What does the power company have? What other firms have? So this would just give, if you all agree, allowing us then to just get that information in and start to look at it would be what we're asking for.
My only request is we have specifics. So
Right.
when it comes back, this is what it's going to cost.
Yes.
This is what they're doing. This
We're
is
gonna
how
say-
much money, revenue we're going to get.
Right.
Does it make sense?
That's right.
Are there any risk? How is it fenced off from our kids at school?
Right.
We need all of that information
Yes,
to
we
make a good decision
Yep.
versus having to go into detail
Right.
and spend an hour.
Right. So we need time to prepare those documents, to request the proposals, to make sure they're specific enough and ask for all that information. So that, but we can go to work on that if that's the consensus.
And, okay, so we got the consensus for the solar. You, Dr. Mealy, you had a question?
Well, after you're finished.
Well, I was going to do what, so we had consensus through here for lighting. Are you guys still on board for just getting the proposals for the lighting and learning more about it?
I think it's we only move forward with win-win types of proposals here. That's what we're looking at, so.
And I mean, why would we not already be doing that?
Well, we have been replacing, our own electricians have been replacing every fixture that breaks with LED as we go.
So you are
This would,
replacing?
absolutely. This would just be a comprehensive effort to take a whole school or a whole building or something, that way, so.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay, Dr. Mealy, you had something?
Yeah, I would just like to throw out too, going after Mr. Hill, the process of possibly starting to get together information for the renovation of the two auditoriums. How do we go about starting to get that information together for possibly asking to borrow money from the Board of Supervisors, or have them borrow money, actually?
Well, then let's go ahead and, because we have the study. Ms. Johnson, would you put the auditorium study back on next month's? How are we looking for next month's agenda? Are we getting heavy already?
Take a quick peek, I can tell you.
Well, let's pencil it in for May to look at that auditorium study again, because what we're going to have to do, we were presented with options. We're going to have to look at it again, have a discussion to decide on what we're asking for before we just go asking for something. So let's put on, pencil it in. If the agenda gets too heavy, then maybe we can move it to June if we need to. Okay, so we'll leave it there, and then we'll look at that again.
Get going on
Yeah,
it.
look at it again and figure out what option we want to go with and
Because
finalize it.
it will be at minimum an 18-month lead time to start work,
Right.
just for
That's why I'm
planning
saying we
and
just need to
all
get it
that.
going
So.
and
Yeah.
See where we are.
Okay. Okay, anything else?
No, ma'am.
Okay, we've gone off on a lot of tangents here. Let's get back.
Good work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dewis. Policy updates, Dr. Bergen.
Yes, ma'am. At the last meeting, I asked the board, go ahead and move forward with another committee that could look at policies before the policies came to the full board. And we made a rapid decision with the board leadership that we already had an intergovernmental affairs committee established, and that we would just tap that committee to go ahead and look at policies at the committee level before bringing policies forward for the full board's consideration. So that intergovernmental affairs committee consisted of Mr. Daniels and Mr. Hill. We did meet. We started with the packet that we had brought forward to the board at the last meeting, and we went through that packet rather meticulously and looked at line by line, word by word, and had some very rich conversation with those two board members. So what we're bringing forward tonight are two policies with some minor, two policies with some suggested changes in wording, and the elimination of two regulations that are being incorporated into one of those policies. And before I get into those specifics, just like to share with the board what I shared with that committee. This board has done a really heavy lift on policy work in the 10 months that I've been with you. So we have just about 250 policies online, and this board has looked at 96 of them. 40%, almost half of the policy manual in 1 year. Now, the reason that we did such a heavy lift is there were, because of, like many other school divisions during the last several years with the distraction of the pandemic, policy work didn't happen regularly or routinely as it should. So moving forward, we'll make sure that we have policy on the agenda regularly. We just won't have to look at 10, 12, and 14 at a time because we've already done such a heavy lift. So you can look forward to fewer policies moving forward as you have tonight. So tonight we're bringing for the board's consideration BDDH, public participation at school board meetings. The board had already established back in January that you wanted to increase the amount of time for speakers from 25 to 40 minutes and from 3 minutes to 4 minutes for individuals, but it hadn't been codified in policy. So BDDH now would codify those changes that the board had discussed back in January. Because we incorporated that language into BDDH, we can eliminate regulation that corresponds to BDDH as well as KDR. It's just redundant and unnecessary language. And then the other policy coming forward from the committee is JECA, admission of homeless children. And in the previous version, it had been suggested by the VSBA of striking some language about foster care placement. And at the committee level, Dr. Woodford, I believe we had some conversation that was already accomplished in another policy. It was fine that we leave it in this policy. If we took it out, it was already covered in another policy, so we just err on the side of caution. We're leaving it in this policy. Does that sound accurate, Mr. Daniels, from our conversation? So tonight, for information, we're bringing BDDH and JECA for adoption as presented to you in the Google Doc. And then a month from now, we'll ask you to take action on those two policies. If you have any questions, I'm sure that Mr. Daniels or Mr. Heller, I'd be happy to entertain those questions now.
Any questions? Okay, we have no questions. Okay. Let's see, so let's move on to 10.01. Carl Perkins CTE grant. Do I have a motion to approve?
Madam Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the Carl Perkins CTE grant presented by Dr. Trosper as presented and as in the board docs.
I have a motion by Dr. Mealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Nelms. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Fingers don't want to work on my computer here. Do I have a motion regarding the textbook adoption?
Madam Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the textbook adoption as presented to the board by Dr. Sean Trosper.
I have a motion by Ms. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Mealy. Any discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
I have a concern that we are still waiting on information from VDOE regarding some of the additions or retractions of some of these textbooks. And so my preference is to wait until we get that information from VDOE.
Okay.
And I apologize, I thought that I had read that they said they were going to put that on the list.
Yeah, it only impacts the K-5 ELA curriculum.
Right.
We're not waiting on information about any of the others, just the K-5 ELA. And so what we've been told is that there's going to be a conditional curriculum list that's based on the Virginia Literacy Act that was passed after the most recent board meeting. So what we're asking for that is we came to our top 3. So we're asking you to approve any of the top 3 should they be on the list. So our first choice would be Benchmark, second McGraw-Hill, third Houghton Mifflin in that order. So for example, Benchmark is not on that conditional list and we would just go to McGraw-Hill. And so we're asking that we move forward with that approval because we've got to get moving with training, ordering of materials. So it's going to push us back if we don't.
So you will only order it if it's on that approved list?
Correct. Only if it's on
And
that
if
list.
it's not, it will come back to this board?
Correct. We'll have to come back to the, we essentially have to start the process
In the
over.
3 order. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah.
Your top 3 in the 3 order?
Yes, and if any of the top 3, then we would have to go back through the process again. So we're hoping that doesn't happen.
Any more questions? Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Do I have a motion regarding the annual special education plan and funding application presented by Ms. Jennings?
Go ahead, either one.
Do-
Okay, Madam
Make a
Chairman, I
motion.
make a motion that we accept the 2022-23 Annual Special Education Plan and Funding Applications as presented by Mrs. Jennings.
Okay, I have a motion by Dr. Mealy.
Second that.
Okay.
Second by Mr. Daniels. Any discussion? Call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Bid for approval of school administration offices. Do I have a motion?
No?
No.
Not right now.
May not be a motion.
These are pretty high.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, would you mind if I shared a little information?
Please do. If there's
just
anything that will save
to
us some
help?
money from
Yep,
this, yes,
yep.
please do.
Be happy to, because of the nature of this item and where we stand with it. In the summer of 2021, our staff began work to ensure that all staff in the school administration office had a dedicated workspace that allowed their job responsibilities to be carried out in an efficient and effective manner. We initially made improvements to 2 of the 3 buildings we work in to create environmentally safe, professional, welcoming workspaces for many of the members of our central support team. The third and largest of our buildings in the complex, the historically recognized Bedford Training Center, requires more extensive work due to environmental safety concerns and, quite frankly, its age. The building was constructed beginning in 1927 and is on the National and State Historic Registries at this time. Despite this status, the building's been maintained on limited budgets for a number of years, and as a result, there are regular and numerous roof leaks and other water incursions. There's stained and worn flooring that includes asbestos exposure where it's been worn, failing HVAC units, and some masonry issues. The presence of asbestos and water inside the building requires that we make improvements that keep our employees safe. But unlike the improvements in those other 2 buildings I mentioned, the smaller buildings, the costs for this work are more substantial than what our operating budget can support. So we'll need to use maintenance project funds for these necessary improvements. Mr. Hagler has budgeted for this project prior to considering this upcoming work that we were just looking at in the capital improvement plan that we talked about earlier. A work plan has been completed and was put out to bid by Dominion 7, a local architectural firm, to address these needs. And so we're asking the board to consider approval of the low bid and the lower bid, I guess, of the 2 we received. Jamerson Lewis Construction, and their bid was $874,206. This is a high number, and it's higher than we'd hoped. If this work were not so important to the well-being of our employees and to our historic building, we might recommend just rejecting the bids and just starting over again, trying again when the economy is maybe a little more stable. However, there's some serious environmental concerns in that building, and we just have very few options for relocating staff or allowing teleworking of that many people in the jobs that they do if conditions continue to get worse. Projects in older facilities require more labor for demolition, renovation, abatement than we'd spend on new construction. So to keep his costs as low as possible, we've just really kept the scope of this project limited to basics, roof and HVAC, flooring, paint, and some minor space reconfigurations, just to make sure that each employee has a dedicated workspace. We haven't included window replacement, plumbing, electrical, lighting, ceiling replacements. They'll all need attention at some point, but we knew that was too much at this point. We also have the opportunity to take advantage of the state's historic tax credit program that Ms. Kirby mentioned earlier to offset some of these costs. We'll work with the architect, the contractor, if this is approved, an attorney, and investors that would be recruited to do the legal work necessary to apply for those historic tax credits that the building we're in, the former school building, qualifies for. And I estimate that could offset approximately 20% of the overall costs, or about, if this is the amount we spend, about $170,000, which is also a large number, and I was glad to see that. So once this work's completed, we'll have a facility that, while it's not everything's addressed, it does address the hazards of asbestos and water intrusion. It preserves that historic building and centrally located in the town of Bedford, and it'll have that workspace that 32 staff members who support all of our schools need. This is a difficult situation because the number's so high, but it's clear to me that this work needs to be done. In a location on Bridge Street, in which several investments have been made to preserve historic buildings up and down the street, the school projects and restaurants, as well as the town's hilltop housing project that's going on right around our offices. We just don't want this building to deteriorate to the point that it's not usable, and we have to relocate folks due to the asbestos or the impact of the water, which, as you know, we don't want it to become mold. So we just don't have another facility that could house this number of staff members or our servers right now that run our entire district internet service. We don't currently support teleworking, and quite frankly, many of the jobs wouldn't really make sense to be telework type jobs anyway of the folks in that building. And what I also worry about, unfortunately, is if we did decide to address this later on, our experience tells us that deferred costs are often higher. So almost always higher. And we've just seen examples of when buildings aren't used, these historic buildings are not used, what happens to them. We've seen it locally even, unfortunately. So again, Sheldon and Charles are here. We can talk through any questions you have, concerns about this. It's a high number, especially in light of the fact that we all understand there are needs in every single building that we have. I'd put this one at the very top of the list as far as it's or the bottom of the list, depending on how you structure the list, of just the condition of the facility. It doesn't serve kids directly, but everyone who works there does. So be happy to address any questions, concerns, help you talk through this.
After our budget work session, Mr. Hill, Mr. Daniels, and I went through the building with you. And I agree that the building does need some TLC. However, these numbers are a whole lot higher than what you told us that they could possibly be.
That's right.
And if we were looking at the number that we were originally told, that was still high, but that could have been workable. These numbers, in my opinion, are not workable right now. What I would like to see, and I'm not sure if anyone else would agree with this, I would like to see an itemization of what this entails, have it line by line, how much each thing is going to cost, and maybe we can chip away at some of it. But there's no way that we can do 874,206 or 962,000, I don't have my glasses on, 590, when we're looking at all this for our schools.
Right.
I mean, granted, and bless y'all's heart, it's a pretty dismal workspace right now. But we need to keep priorities in line, and we need to address everything. We need to spread it. So I would like to see this brought back with an itemization.
Well, I certainly can explain some itemization right now.
I would like to see it in a document and line by line, give us time to look at it, and then we could ask you questions when that comes back, if that would be possible.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
And I'd also like to, which I didn't have time, and I had every intention of getting over there and looking at the roof with Sheldon or whoever I had to, but I would actually like to lay eyes on it because, no offense to you or anybody, I'm not going to take these people's word for it. They're the ones that benefit at the end.
Understood.
Or $1 million in their pocket, So, and when me and you took the tour, like Ms. Kirby just said, it does need some TLC, and the roof is leaking.
Right.
And, the first floor, as far as the basement floor, I think that could wait, but the first floor, looks like crap.
Yeah.
The carpet's all wrinkled up, and,
Right.
and, and as far as dividing that up into usable office space, I agree with that part. But I don't know that the building needs an entire new roof, or, I would just like to do some further investigation on that before.
Right. Yeah,
we
sure.
bring it back.
And I think Charles can talk to a lot of those issues tonight, and we certainly can put this off.
Right.
When bids come back to us, they're good for 30 days.
Mm-hmm.
And so our next board meeting is outside that window. And so we would need to rebid it, and perhaps in a different
Well,
way.
they said
if we
historically they
had
are
to.
higher the longer you wait, but I don't think that would be the case considering where we're at.
I don't know.
You know what I mean, far as inflation and how things are now?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think if you waited, you would be.
Yep, yep.
And I can, and I understand the push, and I understand the 30 days. But I don't think this would pass anyway
Understood.
tonight. Am I?
Yeah, I would agree with you, Madam Chairman. I think, I recall, please someone correct me if I'm wrong, that it was like around 500,000 we thought this was going to cost, and this was kind of shocking to me. So I would like to see an itemization, and then I would like to also know what specifically has to be done in terms of environmental issues at this time. For example, my understanding, I don't do this for a living, so could be totally wrong, someone just correct me, and I'm not saying it's the best thing to do, I'm just saying if asbestos is left undisturbed, it's okay. So are there places in that building where, like, we have to say, for the safety of our employees, this has absolutely got to come up. So I would like to see the list like
The
that
asbestos,
as well.
yeah, the
So
asbestos.
that we know these things absolutely have to be done, and I'm just picking something here. But painting, could go down here type of thing, because that might help us as well decide what we can do. And I would also like you, when you do this for us, is this painting being bid out, for example? I mean,
The whole job was
okay,
was
do we
bid.
not have people who can do that, our maintenance people, if we paid them, say, Saturday or Sunday or something?
I think there are portions of this job that our staff could do if there's time, or other local contractors that we could, bid separately for. What I don't want to do is, but the general contractors who put in for this already did some of that work by getting their own subs lined up for this. So what I don't want to do is something like go in there and paint to make it look better on a plaster wall that's going to continue to leak water. Because then it just doesn't make any sense to do.
What needs to be, absolutely needs to be
Right.
done,
The roof's
number one,
priority.
number two.
Yeah,
Without a doubt.
right. So the roofing by itself is about $150,000 of that. Now, a companion project to the roof are the larger mechanical HVAC units, which are on the roof. Now, one We have one unit that's fairly new that we had to replace just because it was failing, so that's not included here. But the other HVAC units, which range in age from about 12 to some of them close to 30 years, are 226. That's the largest single portion of the work. Now, we can keep the existing HVAC units in place. We have to take them off to do the roof and then put them back on, and then we would just replace those as they failed, I guess, as we do it. And then we could approach it that way. But together the roofing and HVAC is clearly the bulk, the largest single portion of that. The flooring total is about $165,000, and the abatement portion, the safety portion for the asbestos, is $61,000 of that. So there are some places in the building where the asbestos is not disturbed. What we don't know is when we take carpet up, will it disturb it? So some of that's going to be work that's done, when we're in it. Downstairs, it's been disturbed already, and needs to be addressed. So, Charles, do you want to come on up? You
Yeah,
can answer some of these questions.
I still want the line-by-line invoice, like a itemization.
With, I think, a focus on how can we
On
save
priorities,
money.
yeah.
Priorities and how can we save money here.
And what our CTE classes could do. Let that be a learning example for them, learning opportunity for them. I'm sure they can come in and replace windows.
They could, yeah.
Are there some specific parts of this that off the top we can look at as lower hanging fruit that we can begin to think about, Charles?
I'd like to make a request about this for the board, and obviously it's your prerogative to shoot me down.
Shooting.
But I would, I guess before I make the request, I'd like to explain the scope and how we got to where we're at and why we're there. Originally, we were approached because of the concerns with the flooring in the basement, in the lower level, all right? There is what we call 9x9 tile, or ACT, hot tile. It's asbestos tile. That was put down years ago, I believe sometime in the 50s. At some point later, a sheet material, for lack of a better word, we'll call it linoleum, that was put down. That's got asbestos in it. So I've got asbestos on asbestos downstairs. There are places where it's peeling up. There's places where it's come apart. That material, if it's undisturbed and in the condition it was when it was installed, is safe. It's when it starts breaking up and coming apart that becomes an issue. That is what we have now.
Well, don't if you don't eat it. And I don't think that linoleum is asbestos.
I have a report saying it's in the report. That's part of the, yes. I had EI group come in. That is, it's not a.
Right.
I've got documentation saying that. So putting off the flooring downstairs from a liability perspective for the board and the Bedford County Schools, that work needs to be done. So that's one part of it. That was how this all got started, with me coming in and looking at it. Originally got pricing, and then as we got into that, it was like, well, what about upstairs? Because now we've got this carpet that's a trip hazard. Under the carpet in a good part of the building is the same 9x9 hot tile. So if the carpet comes up easy, which if you look in places, it is in terrible shape, it probably will come up easy. But what I don't know is when you start pulling it up, will the tile come up with it? So at that point, we went ahead and figured, okay, we need to get rid of the asbestos tile upstairs. The complicating factor of this is there have been walls added since the original that covers up. So the only way to get rid of it all is to do a full renovation, which we knew we just don't have the budget for. So part of me telling you that is we have dialed this back as much as we thought we could. Then on top of that is the roof. That is in terrible shape. You can ask Dr. Trosper about the leaks over his desk. And there's leaks in multiple places. I can't remember whose office it is, but Mr. Hagler will tell you about the damage to the window in his old office that comes from roof leaks. So the roof is in terrible shape. Where I think this got blown up from the estimate that we had originally had from Jamerson Lewis a year ago was that once we got to looking at the roof and the roof had to be replaced, what I didn't realize at the time until I got up there was how bad shape the HVAC was on the roof. So we have to pull those units off to replace the roof and put them back. It's hard to justify putting back a 30-year-old HVAC unit when you're replacing the roof. So that's what got added in, and because of the economy we're in now, the numbers have jumped. What I would request, what we'd like to do, is I think I can get right off the top with just me going through the documents and talking with Jamerson Lewis, I think I can get $10,000 to $20,000 off the top. I know that's a drop in the bucket compared to the number you had. We also have the possible tax savings. What I would like to do is to have a number that you guys would accept, and then I'll work down to, knowing that we would have to cut scope. The problem with, the concern I have with what you would like to do to put it off to next month, getting someone mobilized and issuing in May, the work that we have to do is tight because we have to do this abatement, if we do it, in a small window during the summer when we can send the people who work in the building to one of the other schools to work. If this work happens, if the abatement work and the interior work has to happen during the school year, it creates a lot of stress on where are we going to work, where are these people going to work at in the meantime. So the goal was to get it done this summer. My fear is if we kick this down a month, 3 weeks from now, I don't know if I can get everybody lined up. The contractor can get his subcontractors lined up to get the work. So what I would request or ask is that, is there a number that you are comfortable with? If I can get the project to that number, let me have the ability to go ahead and assign a contract, or a motion to the, in some way stating that, if maintenance can get this number to X amount, they can proceed. If not, we'll table this at another time. That's what I would like to request.
In the meantime, I'm sorry I've been so distracted walking.
Well, hey, I have a question actually from Ms. Harrison, if you don't mind.
Okay, downstairs,
Yes, ma'am.
that area, are you suggesting that all of that tile be taken up?
Yes, ma'am. So what
The
is
entire area?
what
Is there
in this-
not? I mean, I'm not an expert, but I did take a look at the report that Dr.
Mm-hmm.
Dewis sent us regarding the asbestos. And I don't believe that I recall it saying that that entire area
So
had a
wherever
high level of asbestos there.
wherever you see the 9x9 tile has asbestos in it,
Mhm.
what I didn't realize till I got into the report was that sheet material that's over top of the tile has it in it also.
So we couldn't put a floating floor on that and it would still be safe?
It is already unsafe now.
It's already
Yes, ma'am.
unsafe? Okay.
Looking at some of the numbers here, the abatement, if we just did that and the roofing, and then we looked at possibly using our CTE programs to do some of the small minor stuff to get everything back looking good, do we really need to, like the wall work and the plumbing, we have programs that can handle this.
Yes, and that's, so one of the things, piggybacking onto my request, I've got a list of things that I can kick out of the scope.
Gotcha.
And I can go over that now if you'd like. But for instance, so right now, the bathroom downstairs, it's only for males. We don't have a female bathroom downstairs. So part of this work was making that bathroom to have 2 separate unisex bathrooms. I think if we eliminate that work and leave it the way it is, I can kick out $20,000. If we get rid of the painting, that only on the walls that we would be adding in the 2 or 3 offices we're trying to split up, I think I can kick out $30,000. There's $90,000 in allowances. Now, those are allowances. I don't know if we'd actually spend that amount of money, but there's $90,000 in that, with the 874 for masonry repair. We can take that out. Now, with the masonry, what that does is we have water infiltration coming into the masonry. It's not necessarily coming into the building, but what it's doing is causing the plaster to peel off the wall because it's effervescent coming out of those solid masonry walls. We can take that out, and I think I can get around $90,000 off of that. Eliminate the flooring upstairs. I think I can save $45,000, but the downside is we got a trip hazard that's there now, and it looks bad. But the trip hazard, it's a safety thing, is the main thing. If we did replace the floor, we could take the chance on taking the abatement out from upstairs and not trying to abate upstairs, but you run the risk that as we pull up, if we pull up carpet and one of those tiles starts to come up, I have to abate that now. Not necessarily the whole
I thought it was
thing.
hardwood floors up there.
It is hardwood floors on the original section with the 9x9 tile over top of it.
On top of that.
Right.
And the carpet.
And then
on
the
that.
carpet over top of that.
Gotcha.
The goal was to, now in the, what we're going to call the addition, the classrooms in the addition, they have carpet over hardwood floors.
Okay.
So that's just a matter of pulling up the carpet.
Pulling them up.
Now, the money we saved by waiting on the water fountains and saving costs on that, can that money be reallocated to the HVAC?
Talking about CARES money?
Yeah.
With what he just said, we're down to around 680,000 right now.
From the highest bid?
From the
Once again, it's
874.
one big pot of the COVID money that's budgeted in.
Right.
If I use any of that for this, we'll see how all the bids come in and what comes in later. We could allocate it to this, but what do I pull? We got other projects that we couldn't go forward with, that we're hoping with leftover money and some other money pulled together, we can get one of the other schools we couldn't go forward with. So every time those other projects were like $2 million projects, so $100,000 here and here. It is possible that anything for air quality and things like that could qualify. Yes, sir.
Madam Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
How much historical tax credit is that figured in here? I'm so sorry.
We could take about 20% off of it.
So yes, the 874,000 would be reduced by about 170,000, leaving us the cost of around 700,000 with that. And so if we reduce the scope of the project, the amount of tax credit would also come down because it's a percentage. So, by whatever factor, depending on how much the scope lessened.
So you're saying if we get it down around 700,000, so we'd get $140,000 in tax credit?
That's right.
Is that correct?
That's
So
the math. That's the math we'd have to do, yes.
Okay, so that's going to leave us 560,000, and then you said you could take 20, 30, 100, another 140 off of it, and so that's going to be 420,000.
But when you take off, that's more than the tax credit.
Right. So if you add
Yeah,
the,
but he's,
yeah.
Still be 20% of whatever it lowered to.
20% off
Whatever that amount is.
right, he's saying
Saving 80
700,000, I
cents on the
thought.
20 that we're.
Yeah,
No,
so
but you're saying
if
that-
the project is not 874,000, then we're not going to get 170,000 of tax.
Correct.
Right, so.
Correct.
So you have to take the scope off first, and then we can do the math on how much the tax credit would be.
So what
Percent.
actually happened to the $500,000 estimate?
Well,
I'm just
It was just
curious
old.
on.
yeah.
That's a huge jump, in my opinion.
That $500,000 number was based on a contractor coming in and saying, I think I can do this for this, I can do this for this, and gave us a rough number. It did not include HVAC.
Okay.
Because at the time when we were talking and having a look, I had not put my eyes on the rooftop units and realized the shape they were in. It wasn't until I was instructed to go ahead, get an architect, get this designed out, that got up on the roof of the architect and saw, he's like, you sure you want to take these old units off and put them back on? Because we have to take them off to do the roof. So that's when that got in. What I didn't realize was how bad that was going to, I knew it was going to add scope and add cost. I didn't realize it was going to be 226,000.
Yeah, that's a high number.
Yes.
How big is the building?
I can't remember the square foot. Was it 20,000 square feet? 12? Okay.
12,000. And how many HVAC units do we have?
I think there's 11 or 12. I think it's like around 11 units.
There's 11 units?
Mm-hmm. It was done after it's not like what's up there now is similar to what you have in your house.
Dr. Mealy?
Yeah, Madam Chairman, since we were, I think, feeling that the 500,000 was something we could all live with, if we shot for 600,000 as a number, then we would get that 20% of the 600,000, so then you're down to 480. I mean, what if we just said, he's asking us for a number, how do you all feel about saying 600,000 is the top number?
And are these the only 2 bids that came in?
Yes, sir. And I reached out to more. The problem in this market is everybody's busy. They don't need the work.
Gotcha.
And I had to make concessions in the scope of there aren't liquidated damages in this job because one contractor said we won't bid it, and I knew I needed after hearing what happened with the water fountains. I knew I was going to need competing bids, so I fought and argued and basically just said we're not going to bid it if that's in there. So I took it out. Luckily, these are 2 reputable contractors in the Lynchburg area. It's not like it's some big company out of town that's, would do the county wrong.
Jefferson Lewis did Liberty Middle School, correct?
Yes, ma'am, and Forest Middle.
And, okay.
Which is also, they did their original estimate, that 500,000 came from Jefferson Lewis, but it was about a year and a half ago.
Oh, yeah.
Which is the other part of why that number is so high.
Does this
So in this
include-
case, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ms. Joe.
Does this include owner purchasing, us doing the purchasing of the equipment?
No, it doesn't. But that's part of where I think I can get the 20,000.
Yeah, so
the problem
can I
with,
just make a general request going forward? That should always be our number 1 go-to.
and it's in my general notes that I add to everyone, but due to the time constraint and the size of this project, I knew it wasn't going to be a lot of money. So I had actually marked through it because I knew I didn't want to. It takes a while to get a contractor comfortable with that because while it is not unheard of, it's not common. But because Jamerson Lewis has worked with us on the Forest Middle where we've done a ton, I know they will work with us on this, and that's where I think I can get savings.
And I'll just say too, we can do that, and we'll negotiate. If you all approve some level of something tonight, we'll negotiate with them on that. On the HVAC projects we have starting now, we're buying the mechanical equipment straight. Charles is up over $100,000 of savings through ODP. So, we agree with you 100% on that. It's a no-brainer for us that we will every chance we get.
The HVAC, you're not replacing any ductwork, or you are?
It's not replacing ductwork, but there's a little bit of ductwork realignment where we're adding 1 or 2 walls to create 2 office spaces out of 1.
So they should have a new vent and stuff
Correct.
like that.
So
and this will need new curbs and everything?
No, so that's the thing. They don't sit on, well, yes, but it's not the curbs that you're thinking of because it sits on the roof. It's not a unit that is blowing air through the duct, if that makes sense. It's literally like the unit that's in your house where you have the air handler like above ceiling and then an outside unit that sits, on a little pad outside of your house. What's on the roof now is that outside unit.
Right.
Currently, they're sitting on each one sitting on 2 4x4s.
These walls that you're looking at putting up, were they the same ones that were tore down just a couple of years ago?
That I don't, I don't know.
That would be
I
frustrating.
mean, I'm serious. That's kind of redundant.
That would be, yes, I understand. No, these are different configurations that make workspace available for the people we need to work in there. So they're not going up in the exact same places that they came down. It's reconfiguring three spots in that bathroom that, in places that had never been divvied up that way.
Well, can I ask a question, actually? You're talking about the tile, the asbestos tile on that lower level. Of course, I've been informed over the years, and I realize that a school project is different than your house project. But mine and my husband's first house had asbestos siding on it. 12 years ago, we were looking to replace the siding. So we were told to put the siding over it because if the asbestos wasn't disturbed, you're fine. If we were to remove the siding, we had to call in the EVPA. And that would cost, like, for our small house at the time, over $10,000 just to get them there. So are we going to have to go through that same process, and is that counted in these numbers?
So the demo company will take care of everything they're supposed to do demo-wise. The only thing that we would have to work out would be the air monitoring after the fact to confirm that there isn't any dust in there. That I can't tell you for sure whether that's in that number or not. I don't expect that to be, to me, that's in $2,000 or $3,000 range.
And I'm just going to make a general statement here. I understand the push for time. I truly do. I understand your timetable. I wish this had been worked on a couple of months before so we could have had time. I feel like I'm being pushed, and my vote for this is going to be no. But until I see an itemization and a breakdown in more substantial numbers.
Okay.
Because you have too many variables. You don't know what CTE could help you out with and cover. You have, this is the number unless this happens. Well, let's get that more streamlined, in my opinion. Let's get that more definitive.
What?
And if you can get it down, then I want to see the number that you can get it down to. If that makes sense. I mean, that's just my personal opinion. Now, I don't know what everyone else agrees with.
Could just ask or
Yes,
really
ma'am.
make a statement. I know that we had $500,000 was the original amount listed in some documents that we all received. There's no question that we need to ensure that the staff in that building is safe and that they are working in a safe environment. And that holds true for our students, our teachers, everyone. And so with that said, we were given a figure of $500,000. There was mentioning of 600, setting at least some sort of a standard or an amount. I think we should at least come up with an amount for Dr. Dewis and his staff to work with tonight. We need to do that for them so that they can have at least some ideal as to where they're starting with. So I would suggest $600,000, and I would certainly like for the board to strongly consider discussing that further, that tonight that we give them a figure.
Ms. Harrison, may I ask a question? So the 600,000 would be the limit, and then if we applied the tax credit process, that would reduce that number
Yes,
down.
it
So
would
600
reduce
would
it.
be the amount prior to
Yes.
removing the...
Yes, Dr.
Yes.
Dewis.
All right.
What do you think, Mr. Daniels?
I still don't know if I have enough information to make a decision on this, quite honestly. I appreciate all the hard work and everything else, but that HVAC number is getting to me, honestly. I'm just trying to wrap my head around that, because I think that number could come down a lot. I mean, I'm trying to figure out how many tons we have that work, how many tons we need, and I'm just going based off of, building locations with commercial HVAC, new ductwork and everything, knowing how much that pretty much runs, and trying to see if there's a better way to do it, you know, and maybe there is and maybe there's not, but I'm just trying to get my head around it all.
And I can appreciate that. I guess I'll throw it, I mean, we could always take that out, and then the only HVAC work would be reworking duct. I do know that in dealing with the HVAC with the 4 projects we've got going on this summer, their numbers their supply is out of this world. There is a warranty issue in their supply chains. It's
Carrier.
They won't, the contractors are telling me that their suppliers are only guaranteeing their prices for 10 days, not 30.
Now, what's the price per unit?
I don't have a breakdown are you talking about per
HVAC unit?
We don't get that breakdown in a bid. I can ask for it, but we normally don't get a schedule of values this quick. So, but I knew because the numbers were so high that we were going to have to do some work and justify and have a tough discussion tonight. That's why I have what I have, and a lot of contractors wouldn't turn it around that quick, but Jefferson Lewis does like to work for us and with us, and that's why I was able to get that. But again, I can take that out and get a good, that right there is a big chunk. That gets us down. The risk we're running is, a year from now, one starts dropping. But
and that's the approach we've taken all along with this building, is when something breaks, we just replace it. And so it's been one at a time. That's why there's a range in age of those units. And so that's what we've been doing, been piecemeal, but, generally it's kept the, the air flowing there, so, yeah.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Well, I would say at the very least, if we can, take those off of there and limp the old ones along for a little bit longer. It's surely got to drop some. Because like you said, it's ridiculously high. And
Well,
if we buy the units ourselves, a lot of people don't want to warranty the work.
correct.
So-
And that's part of your questions about what can we get CTE in to do. Those are some risk and things that you do deal with. Is from a management standpoint, it's much simpler to have that one general contractor responsible for everything. The counter argument to that is you guys pay me for that headache. So that's what you pay me for, and if that's what you guys decide, that's what I'll do. But I would say, hypothetically, if you guys were to approve us to move forward, if we can get it down to the top number being 600,000, the first question I'm going to ask is, Jefferson Lewis, what are your options for value engineering? Get what they think they can do. Like right now, I know there's the way the doors are spec'd out in the current specs are commercial doors. All the other offices are residential type doors. They're not great, but that can save them money. That can save money. There's little things like that I know I can go after that we can get out, but then once I get to that, then the next question is, okay, what do we do if we take out the HVAC on the roof? And then I'm fairly certain I can get to the 600 number.
What is your,
I'd like to save money as much as possible.
but right now, we're looking at either putting a cap on it of 600,000.
For now, because like Mr. Holbrook said, 2 years from now, that number's going to be way down.
Well, I'm not even comfortable spending 600,000 on the building. I think it just needs to be looked at.
Yeah.
That's my personal opinion.
I agree that it does need to be looked at, because those
I know y'all
those
done a
figures
lot of
are.
work in looking at it, but
A lot of people.
Well, I know you have, but we're the ones making the decision before I say, yeah, here's $500,000, you know what I'm saying? I would like to, I would feel more comfortable looking into it a little further.
What do you think, Mr. Chair? I'm trying to get a consensus here, so that way I don't want to shut down a motion.
Right.
So that way we can still work with it. I don't want it to die here. It's not yes or no. I just want to.
I understand the work needs to be done, but I'm not comfortable with the price.
So would we like to have an itemization, get these numbers reworked and get more of a definitive figure? Is that?
I think this team deserves to have an amount from us. I do. And I think that amount should be $600,000. That's where I stand on it.
It's going to be hard to negotiate on any item with any firm if we don't identify the firm we're negotiating with. And so I think what Charles is trying to say is that if the low bidder can be approved with a cost not to exceed some amount, then we go to work with them and we do exactly what you're saying to do. Delay the HVAC if that means costs will come down. Adjust other, right, and check it out. But we can't negotiate with someone unless there is an approved low bidder. So, and that's the risk we run. So there's gonna have to be some amount of trust that Charles can get that done within the budget that you do set.
And with these contractors, I would assume that they would be in this for the long haul. It's not just one project and done, right?
Well,
So
they've already done 2 very large ones for us.
So if they're going to do even more for us, maybe they can sharpen their pencil even more, go back and say, this is not exactly where we need to be. Can you work with your subs a little more? Because we have a lot more. We have $100 million worth of other projects that you could be right in line to get.
With Forest Middle School, the bid was over the budgeted amount. And the first step was to value engineer that with them, and that was $750,000 that was negotiated within a meeting or two with them. This is a much smaller scale, but the same process. We've worked with them in that fashion before, so.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, I just think it's important, we have an onus of responsibility to ensure that our employees are in a safe working environment. And we were, like I said, I think my feeling from people was that $500,000 number was, something that we felt we could do. If we give them a $600,000 number and we get the historic tax credit from that $600,000, that's $120,000, bringing it down to $480,000. So that gives us a little bit of playroom, even with a $500,000, top line. But I think they've done so much work. I'm really concerned about the abatement. I do agree with you that if we don't get that done in the summer months, it's going to be extremely difficult to get that done. I think it's even going to be difficult in the summer, but you can farm people out to different places. So I'm just concerned that if we don't at least give them a number that we feel we can work with, and I do agree too with Dr. Dewis, there has to be some element of trust here. They know how we're feeling. They want to, we want to get the most bang for our buck, but let them get on this so that we can hopefully get this finished before our employees have to return for next year.
But what are you, okay, we have 2. Do you want to y'all want to take a motion on it and see how it goes?
For consensus, I guess, Dr. Mealy makes a good point. If it was $600,000 not to exceed, and then we got the 20%, that's $480,000. I hate to bring this up, but I get nervous with the asbestos stuff. I definitely want to, I want to go after that stuff because, God forbid, something happened, we got sued, it's going to cost us a whole lot more money. So, I think if we can do something like that, I think that's something that could make sense.
So what do you want to set the cap at?
I think 600, and then you get the 120 back. Now we're under what we originally thought it was going to be.
What do you think about that, Mr. Nelms?
Can we guarantee we can get that 120? That would be my only concern. I mean, I'd have to have some type of...
Yeah, I'll tell you what I have done. I've talked with folks in the Department of Historic Resources at in Richmond. I've talked with a firm who works with nonprofits to do the work, and I've talked with our architect about the process. The consensus among all those folks is the type of work we're doing would qualify.
Okay.
The building has been designated as a historic property. We have not done this work before, but others in town have. They're doing it right now with the 2 school buildings that are being turned into hotels and apartments. And so, I think so. I mean, I haven't done it before, but that's what I'm going to go to work to do.
All right. No, 600? with the 120.
Okay, but let's go ahead and call for a vote then. Seems like we're going to have the majority. Do I have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chairman, I would like to make a motion that we authorize Dr. Dewis and his team to work with Jamison Lewis Construction for the renovations to the building not to exceed $600,000.
I have a motion by Dr. Mealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Hairston. We've already had enough discussion, but is there any more?
I would just like to say, if we have a building where we think there are major health hazards, we have other buildings for employees to work out of. We also have an option of remote work. That is, popular today. And so if we have employees who have a concern about being in that building, I would absolutely recommend that you go to your supervisor and ask for a special request until something is done. But $600,000 and we don't even know what we're getting is what this board's getting ready to approve. So we're just writing a check for $600,000 and we're like, well, we might get this, we might get that. Well, let's see. So we're throwing a dart at a dartboard for $600,000. So
is he providing us the itemized list?
I can.
We can provide that list directly. What is on before you on the screen is what I had emailed earlier regarding the breakdown generally of those categories. So it shows the largest at the top and works down to the smallest chunk of work.
Any more questions? I have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor of a $600,000 cap signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Ms. Johnson, will you poll the board, please?
Mr. Daniels?
Yes.
I'm sorry, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Hairston?
Yes.
Mr. Hill?
no.
Mr. Holbrook?
No.
Mrs. Kirby?
No.
Dr. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Nelms?
Yes.
The ayes have it with yes.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Okay, now we're going to move on to the superintendent's comments. Dr. Bergen, finally.
All right, well, let's do some celebrating, board members. We had some students with us here earlier tonight that we were celebrating, but we have many more who have had some amazing accomplishments since we were last together. So we'll kick it off with some students who were recently recognized at the Central Virginia Regional Science Fair for their research knowledge and skills. We had two students from Bedford County at the two students who will now represent Bedford County and the region at the 2022 Regeneron International Science and Engineering Fair, which is being held virtually. Those two students are Burke Bankston for physical sciences and Justin Kim for biological sciences. And Abby Wyatt will also be serving as an alternate for biological sciences. So congratulations, Burke, Justin, and Abby, and all of our students who participated in the Regional Science Fair. If you didn't have a chance to get by Liberty High School, it was basketball for a great cause, and a lot of great people came together to make it a big success. Liberty High School recently hosted the Hoopin' with Heroes. It was a fun-filled evening of basketball featuring Liberty High School's unified students and teachers playing against the local law enforcement officers. And all of the money raised that evening went to support LHS Unified Programs and Bedford County Special Olympics. A special shout out to Sheriff Mike Miller and all of our SRO officers for their support and their very good-natured sportsmanship during the basketball games. I believe we met a couple of these individuals earlier tonight. Jefferson Forest High School put on a great performance at the state DECA competition. DECA, or Distributive Education Clubs of America, encourages students' development of their business and leadership skills through academic conferences and competitions. And in the state competition for the category of impromptu business, Abby Beard and Amber Trent brought home first place for their presentation and were also selected second place overall in the state. Congratulations, Abby, Amber, and all of the other regional winners. After the votes were tallied, one of our own has been named top teacher by Lynchburg Living Magazine. Beth Eisner, PE teacher for Bedford Elementary School, was nominated by one of her colleagues, Marianne Thurman, because she always goes above and beyond for her students. Beth has high expectations for each student, regardless of their athletic ability. And while she is a PE teacher at heart, she's also a reading teacher and participates in the school-wide SFA reading intervention program. And in addition, she's collaborated with her resource teacher colleagues to support numerous events for the students and families at the school. Congratulations, Beth, and thank you for all you do to support Bedford Elementary School. We saw Graham up here on the stage. Graham, a 7th grader at Forest Middle School, was the top speller at the Regional Spelling Bee, which was held virtually and sponsored by the Roanoke Times. Graham competed against students from 17 other school divisions for 33 rounds. When asked, Graham said the experience was difficult but pretty cool. So as the regional champ, Graham will now have the opportunity to participate in the National Spelling Bee, which will be held in Washington, D.C. on Memorial Day weekend. Congratulations, Graham, and our thoughts go with you. Speaking of champions, we officially have a national champion at Bedford County to brag about. Jefferson Forest High School's Hannah Pettyjohn won the women's pentathlon at the Adidas Indoor Track and Field National Championships, which were recently held in Virginia Beach. She had a total score of 3,237 points, which was 200 more than her nearest competitor. Congratulations to Hannah. We can't say enough about that awesome season that Stanton River High School girls basketball team just celebrated, but we just have to give one more shout out, an individual accolade to Jenny Levine, who has been named to this year's VHSL Class 3 All-State First Team. Congratulations, Jenny. Congratulations to Jefferson Forest High School's Abigail Williams, who placed second recently at the Lincoln Douglas Regional Debate Competition. Abigail successfully provided a resolution to the notion that, in a democracy, a free press ought to prioritize objectivity over advocacy. Well said and well done, Abigail. The overall aim of high school forensics is to develop the confidence and skills needed to research a topic and then speak to an audience. We know our teachers do an amazing job building that confidence in their students and teaching those skills, and now we have some of the best in the state to show for it. At the VHSL State Championships, Marissa Parikh from Liberty High School placed first in the category of original oratory, and Jahim Leftwich of Stanton River High School placed first in prose interpretation. And Jefferson Forest High School's Paul Reed was also state runner-up in prose interpretation. Congratulations, Marissa, Yahim, and Paul. The Nike Indoor Nationals bills itself as a wide selection of the country's top athletes competing for a chance to win hardware and national championship recognition, and we couldn't be any prouder that we have one of those athletes receiving that national recognition in Jefferson Forest High School's Zoe Lamanna, who received All-American honors at this event held in New York by placing third in the 1,600-meter ladies event. Congratulations, Zoe. At the recent Capital District Key Club Leadership Conference, Liberty High School's Key Club received top awards competing with Key Clubbers from across the Capital District, which includes Virginia, West Virginia, Maryland, Washington, D.C., and Delaware. LHS's team won first place in single service silver and non-digital poster, as well as second place for major emphasis. The team now goes on to compete at the International Convention this summer. Two of those students received individual honors. Bethany Duncan for Outstanding Club President for the Capital District. So Bethany, for that honor, has now received the Ellis H. Stroop Key Club Leadership Scholarship in the amount of $2,000. And Alyssa Goodwin has been named Outstanding Webmaster for the Capital District. Membership in the Virginia PTA provides the opportunity for students to participate in a national PTA Reflections Art Contest. Students in grades pre-K through 12 are invited to create theme-based artwork in a variety of categories, And we had no shortage of winners from Bedford County Public Schools, placing first for their entries, including Carolyn Wedemeyer from Forest Middle School for dance choreography, Aubriana White from Forest Elementary School, and Ben Messier from Liberty Middle School for film production, Andrew Hebden for musical composition from Forest Middle School, Claire Reynolds from Forest Elementary School, along with Autumn Edwards and Alina Price from Forest Middle School for literature, Abby White, Forest Middle School for visual arts, and lastly, Forest Middle School Gavin Harrington for photography. All first place winners. Jefferson Forest High School finished in second place at the Odyssey of the Mind state competition just recently on April 1st. They accomplished this with an overall score of 339.25 points out of 350 possible, missing first place by only 2.7 points. They've now qualified for the World Finals, which will be held this May in Iowa. Congratulations to the JF team members of Jack Coleman, Molly Ellis, Riley Ferris, Olivia McAvoy, Emily Jacoby Sanchez, Katie Rodriguez Ramirez, and Ella Weichel. It's that time of year for us to celebrate our Teachers of the Year. We just couldn't be any more proud than these Teachers of the Year. Representing our elementary schools are Henna St. Clair from Bedford Elementary, from Bedford Primary, Katie Clark, Big Island Elementary School, Ellen Angus, Carrie Adams from Boonesboro Elementary, Rachel Paget from Forest, Goodview Elementary, Holly Milton, Huddleston Elementary, Laura Pringle. Manita's Teacher of the Year is Beth Warren, Lori Parr for Montvale, Katrina Grooms for New London, Lisa Taylor at Otter River, Amanda Ergenbright, Stewartsville, and Thomas Jefferson's Teacher of the Year is Kim Jacobs. For middle school, congratulations to Teachers of the Year for Forest, Heidi Hackworth, Brian McDougall at Liberty, and Alan Short for Stanton River Middle School. And our high school Teachers of the Year are Deborah Woodson at Jefferson Forest, Jessica Nash at Liberty High, Neil Mustard at Stanton River, and for Susie G. Science and Technology, it's Zach Shoup. So it was a tough to pick, but from all of those outstanding teachers, our three finalists for Bedford County Public School Teachers of the Year. Congratulations to New London Academy's teacher Katrina Grooms, Forest Middle School's Heidi Hackworth, and Liberty High School's Jessica Nash. And lastly, as you may be familiar, April is traditionally designated Month of the Military Child, a time to pay tribute to military children and their parents. Virginia, of course, is home to several of the nation's largest military installations and has more children whose parents are either active duty or serve in the reserves and National Guard than any other state in the country. In fact, Virginia has more than 69,000 military-connected children enrolled in Virginia's public schools. 77 of those children, military-connected children, are right here in Bedford County. So to honor those children and their parents and all of their family members for their service and their sacrifices, I'd like to encourage everyone to purple up in 2 weeks from now on Wednesday, April 20. And again, thank you to those families for your service and sacrifice to our country. Madam Chair, that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Bergen. Item 12.01, school board discussion for legal counsel. The reason we asked for this is just kind of, I want to comparative shop again and see what's out there and check into that. Anybody have any suggestions, any disagreements? My thought is, I would so kindly ask Dr. Mealy, since you've did it the last time that we looked at this, and I'm sure you still have numbers and contacts.
Let me look and see if I do. I probably do. I can look. I think if
you would go call around and get us some ideas.
Okay.
If there are others that are interested, how do they signify so by saying they're interested?
Oh, if we could just kind of, and we might not even have to put out, I mean, I'm just kind of thinking, and I'm not even sure that they would give you their fees, because a lot of law firms won't, but instead of putting out.
I believe we didn't we advertise that?
Yeah, we advertised, we
Mr.
did.
Hagler?
Yeah, the board issued an RFQ, request for qualifications or proposals, so, and then the board and some staff interviewed those firms. I believe, Virginia law does not require that. It's the one instance you can go out and hire an attorney, and the board can choose to do that on their own will. They don't have to issue something on that, unlike any other service you might procure. Legal services are the exception. So you could go that direction. It's what we did before, or you could just solicit and call and make a decision.
Are we unhappy with the services we have? I mean,
I don't think that we're unhappy. I think we've spent a lot of money, and if someone can give us the same service for a much greater fee, I think it's the right thing for us to do is to go out and look and see what's out there.
Well, how about if I do this? How about if I look and see what those numbers were? Because as I recall, they were, we were talking not very much money, like $20 an hour or something, but I'd have to go look again. I'll see if I have that information.
I think it was a little bit more than $20 an hour that the board at that time agreed to increase the fee to. So,
and like I said, they may not give you their hourly rate. That's why I asked for the engagement agreement to be attached.
All right, so you just want me to call firms? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, the ones the school board law.
Right, that I've already contacted?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And any that are interested, do we bring that to the table?
We can kind of look at that next month before, and
Okay.
then we'll go move forward. I just want to kind of get a preliminary run on this for right now.
Just to get,
And
firm XYZ, would you give me your fee?
Ask them,
and-
just tell them that we're kind of comparative shopping right now, and we don't want to. We're in the beginning stages, and we don't want to. We're not sure if we want to issue an RFQ. We're wondering if they will give you hourly rates and retainers if we have to put a deposit.
When
or
does this
retainer.
one have to be signed?
I think it's continually, as long as we keep paying up. Automatic renewal.
Madam Chair, would you like this added to the May agenda?
Yes, ma'am.
Same place, like matters from the board?
Yeah,
same
just-
discussion? Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Thank you. Committee reports. Ms. Harrison, do you have anything else from the Facilities Committee?
Yes, I do. I have the Laurel School report
Okay,
to share
cool.
with you guys. But the Facility Committee, we've talked a lot about that tonight. Met on the 15th, and we went to Otter River School, which was really very nice for me to go back to my old school. And Mrs. Moore, the principal, she took us on a wonderful tour of the school and shared with us concerns and any future ideals that she had. Dr. Dewis and Mark Blankenship and some of the other team members there did share with Mr. Holbrook and I some elementary capacity numbers. So we are certainly looking at those schools that their capacity is in the range of 80 to 100%. And so that is an area of concern for us, and a path forward. We want to take a look at how we can certainly lower those numbers, and we'll be bringing information back to the board regarding it. I want to encourage you all to please reach out to Mr. Holbrook and myself if you have any questions about the facility meetings that we've had and will be having in the future. You can also access this information on board docs as well, but don't hesitate to reach out to us. So we will be talking more about really just looking at those numbers, the capacity numbers at these schools. And I also chair the Laurel School board meeting. We had a very special call meeting on April the 1st. It was a Zoom meeting, and the purpose of the meeting was to discuss the efficiency study report that I had shared with the board previously, that the Laurel School wanted to take a look at a plan for expanding the services at Laurel. And a copy of the report was provided to all the board members to review, and recommendations were made from Dr. Asap. And really, the report addressed the declining enrollment numbers. I've talked about that with you all in previous meetings. It also discussed funding changes and also the LEA and also looking at other Virginia regional programs. The enrollment at the Laurel School in the last 10 years has decreased significantly from 80 students to 32 students. And as you know, we only have one student from Bedford County that attends the Laurel School. So one primary recommendation from the study would be to grow the enrollment of the Laurel School by serving larger proportions of students and expanding the programs to meet the needs of maybe some of our behavioral challenge students. So that's in that population. I'm excited about that opportunity. But on May the 4th, we are going to meet again, and at that time, the Laurel School Board will make a decision as to whether we will accept the study report or not in the recommendations. Dr. Bergen, do you have anything? Did I leave out anything there? You were also present at the meeting. Okay.
No, ma'am. I think we've had good, robust facility committee conversations tonight. Look forward to more conversations in future meetings.
Okay, that's all that I have.
Dr. Mealy? No, this is just committee reports.
There's
Nothing from Finance
Yeah,
Committee?
sorry.
And do you have anything? Do you echo in her?
What you said.
Okay.
All right, Gov School, we had a meeting this week. There is no increase in tuition for the 44 students that we send for junior and senior year. I had to look at Karen to make sure I have my numbers right. We did approve this week a very interesting table. It's about the size of this table for anatomy and physiology students where they can go in a virtual and dissect the body, and they can make it sit up. They can like cut the top of the head and then force it up, look inside and look at every single thing that's there. If they want to look at the hand, they can remove the skin and go and look at every single, it is just amazing technology. So that was one thing that we did approve. The second piece was a robotic arm where the students will be able to program a larger arm, but then also smaller. I want to say it was 10 or 11 smaller arms where the class can still work on smaller projects, but then go present using the larger robotic arm. So lots of good things happening at Central Virginia Gov School. Again, tuition not going up. All of our seats are taken, which is very exciting for Bedford County. So as far as the intergovernmental, is that right? Okay. Committee, we had a very productive meeting a couple weeks ago. My weeks are running together. We discussed several policies, which Dr. Bergen brought to the board tonight. There are several others still on the table where we will be discussing in detail. Dr. Calvert gave me some great information for me to go through in my spare time, so I'll be working through that. Also, we'll be talking about JHCD, which is the incorporating CBD and THC under other prescribed medications, so more detail on that. Dr. Wilford, I appreciate you getting that back to me. And then also more to come on book review and opting in versus opting out, and some additional information that we're going to be looking at around that. So did I miss anything, Chris, on that? So that's it for me.
Don't you have anything?
We on comment
Committee?
session?
No, we're in the committees.
Oh, committee, I'm good.
Okay. Anything, Mr. Daniels? Committees?
We have a SEAC committee meeting April 27th, so I'll be
Okay.
there.
Since we started down here for committees, let's start down here for comments. Lead us off.
I only have one comment, and it was good to hear from a lot of the staff tonight. I want to say that this is probably the staff and the teachers. I think that this was one of the meetings that I've attended. This is definitely the most amount that we've heard from them, and I just want to continue to encourage every teacher, staff, bus driver, everybody, we want to hear from you. You guys are on the front lines, and we really appreciate it. So I want to speak for everybody on the board and in the administration that our emails and our phones are on, and we're listening. So I just want to say thank you for that, and we appreciate that, and hope to see you at future meetings.
Hey, Mr. Jones.
Cool. I got two comments. One, right now I think our major focus needs to be on this school bus shortage. It is affecting many families, and I think we need to look at how we're recruiting and then how often we're recruiting. So we need to look at the frequency of when we're actually hiring bus drivers. If need be, we need to have Saturdays or a couple Saturdays a month set aside to where if somebody's interested in driving a bus, they can come to this location, get all the information they need, so we can get these kids to school like they need to be. My only comment is getting these kids back in the lunchrooms. I think that needs to be another priority because, they're still eating some are still eating in the classrooms, and with springtime approaching, I know the custodial staff is going to be overwhelmed with trying to get the maintenance on the lawns and stuff like that. They're going to be overwhelmed with cleaning all these classrooms and and then still focusing on getting their regular work done. So that's something that needs to be addressed, and so basically just getting back to normal. That would be my biggest concern right now.
Bill?
Yeah, so FMS Open House I thought was a fabulous turnout. Lots of students took an opportunity to bring parents in. Even thought it was great that fifth graders took the opportunity to come and tour the school so they're not wandering around next year. Again, I thought it was a great turnout, lots of kids, so glad we were able to do that. I wanted to echo too, I appreciate those who come out tonight. That's what it's about. That's why we've requested moving these meetings to different locations so we can have community participation. I know we've got Susie G next, and then I would recommend that we start with the middle schools, make that tour, and then go to the elementary schools and just keep going around and having these meetings in the different communities so we're able to hear from people. Happy National Library Week. I thought the ALA did a great job on their website recognizing that week and celebrating librarians. I said this earlier, if there are employees who have a concern about working in a building, you need to be talking to your supervisor. I see HR nodding their head. So, we do have work from home. It's not something we encourage, but it's certainly an option if it's something that, you and your supervisor work out. So, be on the lookout for the parental rights resolution. Ms. Johnson, I'm going to ask for that to be on the May agenda as well. That should be coming soon for more review, but we're close to having that ready. Question around retirement dinners and Teacher of the Year dinners. We used to celebrate. Are we doing that? And if not, why not?
I think I can speak for that, Mr. Hill. I was put back into my lap this year. When we began the process, the executive order, the mask mandates, when we started in January. And so at that time, we evaluated everything and had to make a call right then and there, and that was how the chips fell.
Okay. So we can count on it for next year, though.
I would hope so.
Okay. And then last thing, I'll be here afterwards for any questions, conversations that anybody may have. So.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Mr. Holbrook?
I'll be here as well, if you have any questions.
Dr. Bailey?
Yes. I have a couple of questions. Dr. Dewis, where are we with regard to the fuel situation? A bus driver spoke last month and during public comment about that and having to travel far away from where they normally would be to get the gas. So have we resolved that issue?
Yes, a much larger tank, 10,000 gallon tank, is now in place 6,000-gallon tank is now in place at Huddleston, triple the size of what was there. And so that's been used, and to my knowledge, I've not received reports of outages anytime in the recent days. And as you saw on the CIP, we want to also enlarge that tank at Stanton River Middle so that we have both those tanks in the Stanton River zone that can serve our drivers. So certainly we want to be communicated with if there are issues, so we can address them, but I think we've made some progress.
Thank you. Dr. Bergen, can we get a report maybe next month on grades? I don't think we got any mid-year, like we had a report last year, I know, of how the kids were doing relative to the year before, so just some report on where our students are standing at this point in time. Okay.
Sure, I'll speak with staff and follow up with the board. Sure.
Thank you. Also, I'd just like to also say thank you to our staff. I say this every month, but I just want you to know that your presence does make a difference. Every day that you're there, what you do matters. You often, every day almost, impact the lives of our children in a positive way. And you probably don't even see that half the time because I've been a teacher and you're so busy, but please know that you do. And never forget that each one of you touches the future of America every single day. So every single day you're here, it matters. And I want you to know that your work makes our future in America look brighter, and I appreciate that. I just wanted to give one more shout out about the CIP book. Thank you for all the wonderful work on that. As always, Mr. Edwards, thank you so much for what you do to present awards to people. You just make people feel special. So thank you for doing that. And I have just personally got to say a shout out to Graham. That's just amazing. I wish I could go to Washington, D.C. with him. I don't think I could help him, but it'd be great to see him. Madam Chairman, I'd also like to put on the agenda for next month, if we could, a review of policy IEC and IEB that were removed from our policy manual, and specifically the Bill of Rights and In God We Trust, so we could at least talk about that and understand why that was removed, and do we want to replace that?
Those would need to come through us.
Yeah,
to
we'll
review,
take
and
it through their intergovernmental committee, and then,
Notice to the intergovernmental
yeah,
people.
can y'all put that on your
That we
next
can-
meeting and then bring it forward to us right after that?
I'm sorry, say that again?
They'll review it and then we'll get it after they review it.
I also want to speak just briefly about the continued concerns with the books. I honestly believe that, and I've been communicating with one of the members who speaks about books, and I will tell you, our conversations, I think, have been very productive. I would actually tell you that this individual and I have come to a great understanding of each other, so I think our talks have been very productive. But I want to say that I really truly believe we've reached common ground here. I've said this before, but if you want your child to read the book, any book, they can. If you don't want them to read a book, you have that right as well. Liberty is the state of being free from oppression from someone else's viewpoints, political views, life, behavior, and I think we've done that here. As Ms. Ellis said, libraries are ever-evolving places, and certainly we've given our students, their parents and the students, the right to say, I don't want my child involved in that. That's okay. And other parents who stood there tonight, I think it was Ms. Ellis, who said, I want my child to read these books. So I'm just not sure that our discussions about, and this is just my opinion, that of the constant kids shouldn't be reading these books versus kids should be reading these books are very productive, because to me, I really feel like both sides have gotten something that helps them. I don't want my child to read the book. Okay, they can get another book. No harm done. I want my child to read these books. No harm done. Just tell us what books you don't want to read. We'll flag your child's account. I mean, I really think that it's just we're not being as productive as we could be, because in my opinion, we've reached this common ground that everyone can work with. Everyone's rights are respected at this point, and I hope that people speak of parent choice. Well, they do have parent choice. They have the right to read or not to read, and I just hope that we can find a way to move on. And just for a bit of information, because I know people have been asking about it, how do these books get on lists? And that all starts with the college boards, and I gave actually Mr. Dietrich a lot of information about that. They survey 6,000 colleges and universities to find out what students in those colleges and universities are reading in courses similar to the historical fiction that's read in these English literature courses, and that's how they come up with those lists. It's not any particular group of people that's doing it, but Mr. Dietrich has that information. I believe I still do. If you want that information and want to change it, I think that certainly you can. I'd be happy to share that with you. I just want us. Somebody also has spoken about the fact that we need standards. And again, I say that we do have standards. We have the standards of learning. We have the standards of quality. We have the entire Virginia Code of School Law. And, our General Assembly has said that education is the cornerstone upon which the future of Virginia rests. And the standards are laid out for us in the Code of Virginia. Everything is laid out for you. It regulates the number of days and hours we have to go to school, nurses, record keeping, discipline, criminal acts, the list goes on and on. So the standards are there. And I know some people have talked about the Bible and that should be our standard, but that's not what we use in a public institution. And I think if we even went and stepped in that realm, and talked about holy books and what we should be using, to what holy book should we refer? Is it the Christian Bible? And then what version is it? Is it the St. James? Is it the King James? Is it the New English? Is it the American Standard? To which one should we refer? But then we also have to look at the fact that we have a religiously diverse area. Do we need to look at the Quran? Do we need to look at the Torah? Do we need to look at the Gita? Do we need to look at the Book of Shadows from Wicca? I mean, it's a dangerous slope to me that we want to bring religion into our schools. So I hope that we can move away from that, because constitutionally it's not viable. The Establishment Clause prevents that, and there's a very famous case out there. I think it's Agostini versus Felton, I'm pretty sure, that talks about the Lemon Test. All of these things that have already been discussed. So we have standards. They've been created by our General Assembly. If we want to use the Bible, I think that's called homeschool or private school. But I think we need to be, to me, more productive about how we're improving student achievement and not trying to change things that would take decades. I mean, if you look at the Bill of Rights the Equal Rights Amendment, it was started, in 72 or 3, and it just passed in January. The last, state just ratified it in January. It took 4 decades. But if that's what you want, and I applaud you for wanting it, that's how you have to go about it. We need a constitutional convention, which requires 2/3 of the states, and then 3/4 of the states have to ratify whatever it is that we're trying to amend. So it's a very long, drawn-out process, but we can't change that here at the board. That would be something that has to occur at the state level. So when you say you want a standard of a Bible, we're the wrong people to talk to. We can't help you there. You'd have to start with your own General Assembly. So I also want to thank the teachers that came out tonight. I loved, I wish I knew the school board knew. I'm sorry that you feel that your voices aren't being heard. Please know that, we are listening to your voices. I think we all on the board need to listen and reflect on what was said tonight, because our teachers are leaving. I am concerned about the teachers that I really, am thinking about leaving. I would hate to see that, but she is correct. We're going to lose our very best teachers. and I don't want to see that happen. And I know that you all love your students. You said, I love my students. I know that. We see that every day. So thank you for all that you do, and congratulations also to all the Teachers of the Year. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Mealy. Ms. Harrison?
Yes, I would like to echo the same sentiments that Mr. Daniels spoke about in just giving compliments to those who came out tonight, our teachers and everyone who spoke during the public comment. Thank you so very much. Your voices are important to all of us here, and they do matter. So certainly continue to come out, continue to voice your concerns. We want to hear them. As for the teachers, I was so moved by every word that came out of the mouths of the teachers who were here. I want them to know that I believe with all of my heart that every board member sitting here truly, truly do care about you and your well-being, and they want your voices to be heard. And more importantly, we are listening, and your voices matter to us. You're just so important to us. I will never forget the words that were spoken tonight. It really touched my heart to hear the young lady who was just brought to tears, talking about having to get a second job. I know that each of us want to provide everyone with the best wages, the best salaries. So just know that we hear you. Your voices are heard. You do matter. You do matter. I attended the Forest Middle School open house on the 24th of March, and it was so exciting for me to see some of the fifth graders, particularly at Otter River, that I'd known when they were kindergartners, and seeing the families that I call friends there as well. And I was so proud of the new addition to the building. It's just absolutely beautiful, beautiful. And certainly the fact that we have provided our students with a learning environment like that is just really something that I think we all should be proud of. And certainly, with that being said, there are so many more schools in our division, so many more students that also deserve and need to have a learning environment that certainly brings them peace, brings them joy, and is free of hazards and other issues. And so I do hope one day that we will be able to provide all of our students in Bedford County with learning environments that certainly mirror what Forest Middle School has. And it is a beautiful addition, and I'm very proud that we were able to get those students out of the mobiles, and they're in that type of learning environment now. I look forward to the further work that our division will do for other students in Bedford County. Also, I want to thank Dr. Calvert for the report that she provided us with regarding our staffing numbers and the number of teachers who certainly are retiring, or those who have submitted in their resignations. I know we have a lot of hard work before us, the HR team does, in trying to fill those vacancies, but I believe that we will. It's not going to be easy. It is disturbing to see the number of teachers who have chosen to resign for various reasons. But we've got some vacancies in math and English, particularly at the secondary level, that is concerning. But I have all the hopes in the world and the faith in Dr. Calvert and her team that these positions will be filled. And lastly, I just want to say to all of the teachers and to the staff and students, I wish you a relaxing, fun-filled, have all the fun that you could possibly have chill, relax, just have fun doing your spring break because you deserve it. You deserve every moment of relaxation. So thank you all. It's time to give my comments.
Okay, I know, and I appreciate Dr. Mealy and Ms. Harrison always thanking the staff, and that's always very kind, and sometimes we forget to do that, but I want to take a moment tonight and thank all of you guys. We've had a very, very busy meeting schedule the past few months, as if you didn't know. And everybody is there and everybody's participating, and I just want to thank you for your time and your dedication. Monday, Dr. Bergen, Mr. Hagler, and I attended the Board of Supervisors work session. The resident concern with them is the reversion money going away. That's a concern with all of us. And they asked a whole lot of very hard questions, but they asked really good questions, and you could tell they were really thinking. Of course, we're not going to know anything until we hear from the state budget, but they wanted me to pass on for you to contact your representative in Richmond. Let them know and try to push for a good budget here. Mr. Nelms and I had our first town hall meeting Saturday. The attendance wasn't what I'd hoped for, but it was very informative. I really, it's a good opportunity for us to get things out there, but it's also a good opportunity for us to learn. And just to give you a heads up, Dr. Calvert and Dr. Woodford, my schedule has been kind of busy and I haven't had the chance to call, but I will be calling to follow up on some of the concerns that we've had. This is kind of breaking news. It just happened a little bit earlier this evening. Congratulations to Dean Young. He was named the new volleyball coach at Liberty High School. Look forward to great things happening, and welcome to the Minuteman family. And this is also something I got today. I'll be as quick as I can, I promise. Yesterday, Liberty FFA traveled to Chatham to compete against 24 schools at the Virginia FFA South Ridge Area Rally. Some of Liberty's FFA's big wins were Adam Witt, first place, junior tractor operator. Adam Witt and Wyatt Jenkins, first place tractor troubleshooting team. Wyatt Jenkins, Andrew Heiner, Caleb Williamson, Zane Key, and Landon Adams, first place senior ag mechanics team. The vet science team of Anna Groves, Megan Cash, Lila Gibson, Kaylee Lindsay earned third place. Megan Cash, third place vet science individual. Olivia Esposito and Natalie Corbin, second place extemporaneous and Creed public speaking contest. Andrew Heiner, third place overall in the small engines contest. The floriculture team of Allison Long, Ellie Moser, and Kaylee Lindsay, third place, while Allison Long earned second place individual in the contest, and Ellie Moser placed fourth overall. Hayden Wilson, Haley Carhart, and Brooke Hodges placed 10th overall in hippology. Congratulations, Liberty FFA, and good luck at the state competition in June. I also want to give a shout out to Stanton River's own Hunter Brown. I saw on Facebook where he is signed to go wrestle at Emory and Henry. I wish him great things. And to echo Ms. Harrison, I hope everybody has a wonderful spring break and a safe and blessed Easter. Okay, finally, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Harrison. Any discussion?
Yes, one thing, I'm so sorry. Are we meeting on April 20th?
Yes, we have the,
Bylaws?
yeah, the bylaw.
The whole thing or
The
just
work
the-
session.
the
We're going to do a work
pages?
session on the whole 9 yards.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So bring it with you. I'm taking mine to the beach with me and going through them.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Let's call for a vote. All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? We're out of here.